soon. Where this time, the button has been pressed well in advance of the actual start of the game. Because Moon is out. As was probably mentioned during recordings at some point during previous sessions, Lunar's 3rd edition was in production, and mostly done production, to the point that folks who backed the Kickstarter already had their perfectly workable preview copies of Moon for a while. I had held off on making any contact with Moon until the finished commercial product of, Moon 3.0 was here. And here it is. Taking a moment to look at Moon. I've already looked at Moon a bit. Up front, for purposes of the commercial, the tour, the unbooking of Moon, Lunar's have generally been not my preferred splat within the setting here. Just personal taste. But they're well liked by others, and I've appreciated that Lunars have had an especially bad time being anything before now. So it is extremely good to see Moon functional. See Moon refurbished and repaired. And made good book. Not bad. Let us begin with the most important rules text to be provided. With the advent of Moon. Time for Crab. Naturally, since Moonars have their whole animal form thing, it's part of what they do. Moonbook needs to add many, many more beasts to be options. To have abilities and ideas for beast forms. So there's a lot of them, including Crab. Options for Crab which is small, Crab which is tiny, Crab which is large.
Crab having Guile 1 means that Crab has no concept of deceit.
Crab is easily read. This is not a lore stream. There will be a session occurring after this. I am just starting the recording and the talking about early to be commercial for Moon. Moon is here. Take a look at Moon 3.0. It's like $20 for just the PDF of Moon. More if you want a physical copy printed on demand and mailed to you.
Moon is an excellent book, and the mechanics are so much better than the core book. It is by the people who did the Dragonblood book, and they're doing the higher power level now, and they came up with some wild ideas!
422 pages of Moon. One page containing Crab.
All it needs. There is one page, and it is Crab.
There is only one column of Crab.
Elk and Deer, I believe on the next page, is actually, they have the sidebar for converting it into moose. That's how I got the moose stats.
What if a deer were bigger, angrier?
Yeah.
What if a deer had a gun?
Fun thing, because I, was involved in early backer copy stuff of the Lunar book. Original moose were even more frightening, and they actually had to be nerfed. There were, patch notes for, we made the moose too hardcore.
Please nerf the moose. It's too big.
There was, I think, the hippo and one other animal also got hit by, this is something that could, chew a solar up. I'm like an actually combat-focused solar. we should probably tone this down a little.
On the other hand, Hippo.
Hippo, yes. Like the
Why
Hippo
not?
is still
Like if you need to rein
extremely
in lunars from wielding the Hippo as a weapon, just establish like some beasts are more expensive. It
They
must be a
actually have
lunar who has
really-
defeated a Hippo themselves.
They actually have extremely elegant mechanics for having forms that are ridiculous, but not letting you just cheat by using them.
Many
It
words were
basically
devoted
count-
to this.
It basically counts any stats the animal form has above yours as charm dice, up to your normal cap.
Makes sense. You must spot a Moonar in the art, look for the swirls. That's your visual indicator. They've got all the wavy lines. Traditional decorations of the moon. Both characters in this image are moon, having a moon fight.
One just has the tattoos, and one is
One has them
shaped.
visible, the other is fully clothed, so you can't see if there's any art on her.
She's also the castless one, so I just don't
Actually,
think
yeah, she hasn't been painted yet.
Yeah.
You can't arrest me, I'm Moon Boss.
I have no shape, fuck you.
My shape is get out of my house.
Like, even if mechanically the castless don't really have a great reason to exist, the fluff on them is really good, because most of them are people who look at the lunar society and go, well,
No thanks.
it's off. I don't want any. What, I have to pick one of your 3 sacred archetypes and that's my entire personality now? No.
And yeah, probably I'll be up from one of the roots of my distaste for a lot of the moon's content is that the terrestrials are my favorite faction for flavor.
Yeah.
For flavor and material and themes within the setting. And so, since the lunars are primarily there to be the main enemy
Of the terrestrials.
terrestrials, there's immediately that opposition. Reading a lot of moon text, even the current generation good moon text, is unpleasant because it devotes a lot of time to hating my children.
Poking at all of the
All of my
problems the
precious dragon
terrestrials
sons.
have. Like, just, like,
Terrestrials already poke at the problems they have themselves.
yes. But, like, lunars are much more violent and angry about it, rather than the standard levels of dynastic, internecine family violence.
And you know, for some of the lunars, there is, as part of their deal, the why don't you get back in line. The terrestrials, for all of their problems, also have going for them they are a successful revolution.
Yep.
They depose something worse than themselves, and you give a tiny bit of credit for that, regardless.
And
Big Red did some pretty wild shit and maybe deserved to sit on the chair for quite a while.
And there are actually, again, later in the new take of the Silver Pack, there are lunars who basically say, yeah, no, they earned that. We kind of fucked up real bad, guys. Why do you want to rule the world? We fucked it last time. There are lunars that are quite comfortable with just sitting on the edge of reality, doing their original job, and letting the terrestrials run things.
What did we even like about the center? It's just the big dirt. It's boring. Out here, things are crazy. Oh, yeah, so
Also,
moving on here into a section that is part of most of this franchise and other franchises in the larger storyteller system. They will give you recommended reading for things to inspire getting into the mood of games this book wants to run. So our suggested sources for lunars: 1, the Epic of Gilgamesh, Enkidu.
This is probably the best resources section they've ever written.
You want to be Enkidu? Here you are. 2, Journey to the West. You want to be Sun
Goku.
Wukong? You want to be Goku? Here's Goku. In like, the classic.
Yeah,
Not
literal
Dragon Ball
version.
Goku. Dragon Ball Goku is extremely solar.
Right.
Of
But,
just constantly fixated on self-improvement and accomplishment.
There is a very good friend of mine who, when we were before even Lunars had been fully released as preview material in the Kickstarter, we were talking about Exalted, and I was talking about how Lunars had been pretty terribly written in the past. And he asked, so the first thing anybody who is playing or writing Lunars, especially like developing, is, can you be literally Sun Wukong? And I said, no. And I said, they fucked it up. And I said, you're correct. And this edition very much addressed that. You can do literally everything Sun Wukong does in Journey to the West. I checked.
Good. The Poetic Ada for, divine wise trickster archetypes going around, pranking people with their cleverness.
Mm-hmm.
One of your big mythical things you can look at for the sun-moon dynamic is Thor and Loki.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the more upright and honest brother and the more devious and tricksome brother. They go on adventures together and solve problems.
And cause problems.
And cause problems. And, I will not attempt to pronounce any Gaelic words that are... They're written using Latin characters, but Gaelic languages use them completely different ways. But Julian. Julian and his rage mode. Yep, Lunars do that.
The hair that turns spiky enough for an apple to fall from a tree and be impaled upon it as his eyeballs roll back into their sockets and his joints turn backwards.
That's
Moon.
Fictional pics.
And Animorphs. No, really.
Animorphs. Gets wild eventually. I don't know. I never read those as a youth.
It gets wild eventually.
It is, as this is saying, it's like it goes into. So we're basically having a story about child soldiers and infiltration and constant guerrilla war against a galactic. Everybody involved is fucked up by now.
When asking the creator why did they end the story that way, he responded with literally the description that Darren gave, and then said, "Did you think it was going to end well?"
Yeah. Also, Nixel, Irish.
Yeah, people's eyes are skipping ahead here from the books over to the non-fiction inspirations to look at. Hey, you heard of the Haitian Revolution?
That's one best resources section ever written in a White Wolf Athonics Path book. Check this shit out.
History's largest and most successful slave revolt that installed a republic. Lasted.
Two books about all of the horrible things North America did to the indigenous peoples.
Yes.
By the way, one last note, because as a kid, I read a lot of Animorphs.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember a lot of the plot details. I remember some, but one that stuck out with me the most, and it does kind of illustrate how wild Animorphs gets.
Is it the rat? Is it the rat?
No.
Is this what I come in on?
It is. There is. I don't know if it was like a stand, like if Animorphs is the anime, the OVA of Animorphs. Because
Okay.
they definitely did a couple of longer books that were like standalone things. But it involved the main characters getting thrown around a bunch of different timelines, but in where they would be in those timelines. One of which involved, what if Hitler won and slavery still was happening?
Yeah, no, K.A. Applegate went places.
Applegate did not fuck around.
Then you were in that chapter, that universe for like 3 chapters. Which, by the way, one of the main characters was African American.
Yup.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no.
So,
Yeah, here's why racism is bad. You like this character, right? Well, they don't.
Also, fucking, chat noticed Utena is one of the highest ones.
So in the movies,
Nice.
Black
Good.
Panther, solid
already
film,
Yeah.
powerful. Moana, solid film, powerful. Conan, while we're going to spend a lot of time disassembling
Yeah.
this bullshit,
We will ultimately fall into the trappings.
This is what everyone else thinks of Lunars.
Thulsa Doom, here is an example of how everyone else perceives Lunars, and here's a good opportunity to stop and think about how people culturally build their narrative about their enemy.
Yep.
On a grand scale.
Is there a reason you're showing that to the stream today?
Are you looking at the stream today?
Yeah.
It's the moon.
Yeah,
We're
the
here in
lunar
Moonlord.
the
We're
lunar
talking
book
about
came
the
out.
moon.
Yeah, we're
Oh, okay.
stream has started early because Moon Book is out and we are
Started
actually
early
showing
and
off.
recorded early.
Hello, everybody. Moon Book, good. Go buy it if you are interested in Exalted.
My bad.
Moana is pretty good. Utena, yeah.
Oh yeah, Mononoke hiding up here in the corner.
I love that they need a single sentence because, come the fuck on. It's, no.
That's
You know
Moon
what
right
this
there.
is.
That's just Moon.
Read Sailor Moon.
Specifically the manga Sailor Moon.
And apparently this podcast about revolutions.
Mm-hmm.
Just Moon things here.
You know.
Just Moon things. Just thinking about Moon.
Oh, I need to buy Terrifying Forest Devil Mask.
Yeah, as I said a few times, that's probably the most solid list of not embarrassing suggestions for resources in any Onyx Path book ever made.
And the big load-bearing feature here. The
Yep, here we go. The best sidebar.
opportunity to
there's a
sit
lot of good
yourself or friends down and have a talk about barbarism as a social construct and what it's for. It's for demonizing whoever the current target of your empire is.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
However, your people happen to do things is the correct way, and other people over there, who you can point out superficial differences between you and them, are wrong and worse, and therefore we're allowed to go slay them and take their land.
We are higher on the ephemeral social construct bullshit ladder progress of history that we made up to justify ourselves than them. Therefore, they're not people.
They wear pants like animals, whereas we just kind of drape a cloth over our body and say that's good enough. Like, actually, in a lot of classic Mediterranean, whether you were a pants culture or a toga culture was a line that people would draw culture wars along and just decide that pants or non-pants were representative of everything we don't like in people.
Yep.
Things could get exactly that petty and superficial with deciding that out there, that's the beasts, whereas in here, we're the folks.
Like, if I remember correctly, the word barbarian is basically the equivalent of just people who talk like they are bawing like sheep because their language
Yes.
sounds dumb.
The Greek term, diverging from every non-Hellenic language sounding to them like just kind of making mouth noises.
Sheep noises. It is exactly that petty.
Racism. It's always been there.
Moon.
There are many extremely strong moments in this first section of Moon.
Yeah, the Charlie Brown trumpets for not understanding what adults are saying, just womp, 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 but applied to entire civilizations. Moon in its many forms.
Also, yeah. The imbalance of essence that drives Exalts into their excesses for Lunars is just get mad, get really mad at injustice. Also, shapes.
Looking for exceptionally rebellious people.
Look at injustice and then just blow up at it. Also, yes, next page is trans
And yes,
Moon.
the next page that I already slid over to. Moon says trans everything.
Moon says gender is a construct, but you can keep it if you're happy and comfortable with it. But whatever, do what you want.
It's a construct. Build the one that you want. If you cease to want the one you have, tear it down and build a new one.
DIY. Fucking bespoke genders every day you wake up if you want to.
Moon is a liquid. Moon is damp.
Moon is the gender fluid. And yeah, the third paragraph points out, like, kind of a pointing back to our own history where we like to stomp it out in parts of America. A lot of cultures saw people who transgressed a gender binary as, actually, no, you're cool. You're more in touch with things.
Remind yourself that the world is vast and
Oh yeah,
filled
you're right. The
with
world is fake. Thank you for reminding me.
limitless peoples who believe many things and practice
Everything
many
is
ways.
constructed by humans, so therefore.
And this was, yes, this is something that naturally 3rd edition has greatly improved upon, as it is being written in the current age where all manner of progress has been made in normalizing
Yes.
all manner of identities. There were some scraps of examples of pre-modern trans culture in prior editions as well,
There
that
was
were
one...
largely handled well.
There was one in the sidereal book that I didn't like, because they basically said that this is someone who identifies as a man, and then we're going to ignore that in the rest of the write-up.
As you
But,
might.
yeah.
Terrifying Forest Devil Mask. Please refer to the book for this complex charm.
Well,
Yeah, Terrifying Devil Mask is just... Go look at it! We can't sum this up.
This is just 8, right?
8 experience points? Yeah, for you. Because it's favored.
Yeah. And it's wood.
Alright, let's get that moon fluid into you.
Moon juice.
Welcome to the family.
That bow ain't gonna
Officiating
work
very
the way you
seriously
think it
over the
will,
moon
boy.
ceremony. Actually carrying out the busy work of the moon ceremony. Laying face down in the dirt, waiting for the moon ceremony to end.
That is a picture of... All lunars have tattoos that protect them from basically hostile shapeshifting effects. That's what's happening here. Is a new lunar is getting those tattoos.
Someone new is receiving their ink.
Yes,
Get
the
the
lunar
silver
book is
in
available
your
for
skin.
purchase on Drive-Thru RPG.
Yes.
Which book is the charm I'm looking for in Core or Dragon Blood?
Heirs to the Shogunate. It's one of the stretch goal book charms. Mhm.
I don't have that one downloaded. You copy and paste the description.
Yeah, one sec. Hang on. I think it might still be in your PMs, actually, from the last
I'm
one.
reading it.
The Silver Pact, a phrase that's been with the franchise for ages and finally has been assembled into something workable.
An
You can
idea
tell
that
stories
finally
off of.
figured out. An idea that finally figured out something that isn't embarrassing, disgusting, or unworkable.
How do many moon heroes organize themselves into a larger non-structure?
What is the metaculture of people who have got moonitis?
Big, vague, anarchic, cooperative.
There are fewer parts that agree with each other than there are ones that violently hate each other, but they will also turn around and say, fuck that guy first.
Especially accomplished moons who have proven themselves to be capable of great stuff get respected, and people listen to their advice. Vulnerable young moons who need guidance look up to the older moons to tell them what the fuck is even happening in the world.
And even if you think the older moon is an asshole, you don't get to live 1500 years without having something figured out.
Wait,
So,
with Terrifying Forest Devil Mask, can the hearth even sense me when I'm in the Yakuman anymore? Because I disappear.
I don't actually know if that turns off hearth senses.
I think it might.
It would depend on to what extent you disappear.
I'd have to hang on. I'm
Because it
pulling up-
conceals my
like-
identity, right? What does that mean? Does that mean my identity as a hearth
Okay.
member, or just like how fundamental?
Does it give examples of what level of mojo it would take to identify you through the charm? That would be the question. Because, like, the precedent would be, if it's a powerful enough effect, then yes, for its duration, it would work.
Wondering
to do that.
Okay, it's not this tier of it is not a supernatural change. So it is just a really supernaturally good disguise. It doesn't, like, cloak your identity from fate.
Okay, so don't physically disappear.
No.
All
You just have a disguise that is supernaturally
Yeah, so in this case, it would, like, take tapping into our bond as a hearth to differentiate you.
So it probably activates that too.
If we didn't have, like, foreknowledge that Yakuman is Yakuman.
Yeah. They would not know unless they were in the ring with you and could poke at it. The upgrade starts fucking with, no, you are actually a different person.
Nope, you're not Yang anymore. What do you mean? You're not Yang anymore.
Yeah.
That's
down the line.
And also tucked away in here as part of figuring out a proper identity for the Silver Pact, adding more texture and flavor to the whole arc of the history of the First Age.
Mm-hmm.
Starting with, okay, so the moment the dust had settled from defeating the Titans, the Solar stepped up to be like, we are in charge, and the Lunar stepped up to be like, fuck no, you aren't. And immediately, first thing in history, Civil War. Sun and Moon are fighting, help, what do we do? And it took a while for that to settle into the Solar Deliberative and the Silver Shadow Parliament that existed behind the scenes at the same time.
The extremely loud, boisterous Solars who run everything, and the Lunars in the background who are like, okay, let's actually get them to do something smart.
Also putting forward the now not garbage implementation of the idea of suns and moons pairing off and being supernaturally tied to each other, emerging as the result of earning each other's respect in this war, to the degree that it echoed on down through their reincarnations.
Mm-hmm.
Not everyone has a pact partner built into them. Maybe you're the reincarnation of a loner who wasn't involved in this process.
Maybe you thought the war was stupid and you didn't get involved in the truce process.
Maybe the opportunity is there for you to establish such a tie with somebody else in your own life, by your own deeds. Etc.
And so on and so forth.
And then Sidereals happened, Lunars were like, fuck those guys forever!
Yes. But importantly, carrying on throughout the text that yes, and so the conflict occurred over time and space and had a lot of back and forth and fighting. Previous editions, in their writing and in just the attitude and culture that was fostered around them, often created a sense that a lot of these things were kind of decided at once, and then that was the end of it.
No one ever went back to it again. Sidereal politics have not changed in 3,000 years because they're still mad about the thing.
Create a sense that, like, huge, world-shattering wheel of history events like the Usurpation or the original God War or anything else happened abruptly and quickly and then were done and moved on, rather than being big.
Decades or centuries long periods of complete chaos.
You need at least a generation of space between you and the event to even start talking about where to cleanly draw the lines around. When did that happen? And all throughout, there's a bunch of sidebars with NPCs. They're rebuilding the supply of NPCs and doing drastic renovations to salvage the names of old NPCs into non-garbage concepts.
There's actually some pretty cool ones in here now, and the old bad ones can actually be allowed in the room without everybody just kind of overly just moving to the other side of the room and pretending they didn't come in.
They fix. And yeah, so elders, the very old, large, powerful moon that you can't not recognize that they are large, old, and powerful. They don't have any formal authority over any other moon, though. They're not your boss, but they are your very big uncle.
You can think that they're a goddamn asshole, but you absolutely have to acknowledge, yeah, no, they have a gumption. They have power.
They might want you to think they're an asshole as part of their clever scheme to earn something more valuable than your respect.
Or they just might not care.
other good theme to bring into this when you're talking about immortal beings. The generational divides that exist within the Moon community are really big. Are you someone who was born just now in the modern era? Are you someone who remembers that time everyone almost died in the Super Plague? Are you someone born into the Forever War that seemed like it would just kind of stay in equilibrium of the Shogunate era? Do you in fact remember the good old days? And why everyone is gonna get the knife out when you call them the good old days?
Are you the old bastard who keeps yelling Cathargo delenda est in the middle of the meetings? Shut up, Mahatsuchi.
Who was outside my pyramid yelling abdicate? Show yourself, coward.
Exact numbers are no longer as big a thing as they used to be in third edition, but it's a couple of hundred lunars. Totally.
It's a couple of hundred of each type of celestial. Oh hey, the Immaculate Jeffs show up in more than one image in this book.
Yeah, no.
Here's a very generic Immaculate kill squad. Why does this one also have a regular bow? What's that gonna do for you? Or is only one of you an Exalt and the rest are just regular...
actual Jeffs. A blade of armor Jeff.
To the Jeff Master. Yeah, because this one just has 2 regular knives.
Yeah, I think those are just normal normal-ass mortal.
These are just normal adepts. They're using the mortal versions of the styles.
Ma'am, what the hell did you do bringing 3 mortals to fight 2 lunars?
Probably didn't expect to fight 2 lunars, or this one's already been chewed up, so maybe it was 1 lunar, and then things got complicated.
Or that's just a ordinary...
Or this might just be a beast folk.
Yeah. We're just gonna go out doing some genocide on the people who just don't look like us.
Ordinary, laws-abiding dog folk getting hassled.
And then, oh no, Silver, oh fuck.
Well, this escalated. Generation 0, there are no survivors. Nobody remembers the War of the Titans at all.
Nail in the coffin. No, they don't exist. Shut up.
The originals are gone. You know, unless you personally decide you have a really, really exceptional idea for how... You know, the rule 0 of...
Yeah, are you sure about it?
If you think you're going to pull off this story, but as an assumption, in general, no. No. Don't worry about that.
There were a lot of people who tried to do Gen 0 characters as a recurring bad writing crutch.
Yes.
Not in official books, but in, actual plays. Gen 0 is basically like, I'm introducing an NPC and he's Kane from Vampire the Masquerade.
Yes. Here is someone who is just one of the very first and has lived 10,000 years and has all the numbers and all the moves.
My character sheet is shit.
Character sheet, you die.
Mm-hmm.
That is what the Incarnate are for. You do not use Exalts for this.
If you need that to happen, the sun reaches down and gives you a high five until you explode.
Yes. Summon the council. Birdman, get in here.
I love this art. Just Birdman with the bird council in the back and the fucking lizard wizard. And the pirate,
moons are enemy of most things, including each other. Often. Prioritizing enemies of everyone else.
The lunar enemy list is who has personally made me mad. As a primary group, their primary enemy is imperialism, and by secondary, the sidereals. Everything else below that is who's pissed me off today.
And a list of lunar enemies, well, we're getting into that. Here's all the limitations and manners that exist within the pact that you're supposed to observe, but maybe you don't sometimes if you feel like a criminal. Enemy, the Realm. They have been fighting the Realm. There's been back and forth in the ongoing war between the Realm and not the Realm.
For a very, very, very long time.
Sidebar, yes, Lunars make really good assassins. No, this does not mean you get to sneak into anyone's house for free and just ice them. There will be complications, there will be difficulties. Why hasn't everyone of importance on the other side just been gived by a Lunar instantly because they prepare for these things?
Because it only takes a couple of people being exploded by a mouse. Also, like, you know, like, one of the things is like, why didn't the Scarlet Empress ever get killed by a Lunar?
Because she's the fucking Scarlet Empress, she's big.
Yeah, she's big personally, and also behind 10,000 fucking IP addresses, and also the sidereals, and also the giant cannon that blows up reality. And even beyond her, it's like, why don't you just kill any given political figure that's pissing you off?
Do you want to try it? Go for it.
See what happens afterwards. Like, again, this is an example of Exalted as a game.
There is back and forth in the war. You make moves at each other.
Exalted is... I believe this has come up several times by now. Exalted is not a game of can I, it's okay, you do. Now what?
Go get him.
Oh no, your actions have consequences.
Sidebar here of, hey, things other than the Imperial Legions also commit atrocities. All armies of the ancient world commit atrocities. They're armies. They're fuckers.
So
if you liberate someone from the realm, the locals might just immediately put the boot on themselves.
You don't just get to assume that everyone who is not the Red Empire will immediately be a fifth level Marxist-Leninists. Just shed all worldly possessions and ascend into the value sphere.
Good timing on that in the middle of drinking, but damn.
You made that choice.
You made
that choice to take a yonder swig of flask.
It is up to you to conquer the bread.
Mm-hmm.
Or alternatively, hey, you're living in the classical, ancient, pre-modern world. Be aware of the forces that create the social norms that permeate this era. Yep. Or, you know, fictional facsimiles of this era, and play within them.
You can't override the actual societal assumptions of the people that you are trying to stand for and liberate, or else they might get more mad at you.
Not without a shitload of legwork to actually try and change the direction of a culture, or the material reality in which they dwell.
Mm-hmm.
Conflicting ideas about how to fight the realm. One, just keep at it. Just bleed them out.
Yeah. This is where, the first approach is probably the biggest one for Lunars that actually get in on the philosophical fight the realm idea. Because, why fuck with it? It's guerrilla warfare, it's working.
Sidebar of, remember also magic exists in this world, and apply that while you're thinking about how the strategies of conflicts play out.
Mm-hmm.
What if the deciding factor in a battle can be whether or not Mars approves of you, which may involve very different things from other beliefs that you have in play. Mm-hmm. Second approach, why don't we just dig in out here in the Borderlands?
Why do we care?
It's quite nice here.
Do we really actually have to, just fucking wait it out? They kill themselves faster than we kill them.
Who needs the center when we have the perimeter?
We have them in a circle, and they spend most of their hobbies involve killing their relatives. We just wait.
Maybe it falls down, maybe it doesn't. Until then, we have the Borderlands, and they're quite nice.
And then
just do it. Just go loud.
Number 3 is the people who are still just holding a torch about just fucking burn the whole place down.
We go in there and begin the Silver Age.
This is large, either the extremely olds or the extremely youngs who are on this one.
Yes, the olds who remember the stuff they lost and want it back, or the youngs who are just entirely down for fight.
They have not fully processed exactly the consequences of going into open war with the world.
Anyway, here's art. Here's Moon doing Moon things. Moon champions. In action.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the other Scarlet Jeff. There's going to be a lot of... This is apparently the art direction for a generic Imperial Legionnaire.
There are a lot of red shirts in this book that look
Many
exactly
red shirt,
like
red
that.
pants, sword and shield men. Or this dude has a spear.
Why in the world do the red Jeffs over there not wear any armor aside from like the shoulders?
Well,
That's
I would
it.
take it that this is a layer of cloth on top of their real armor.
That is extremely adhering to their body shape, though. There is no, like, hint of any armor underneath there.
It's House Tepet. There's been budget cuts.
It's House Red Shirt.
I mean,
Or
they
this
got
continues
helmet
to be a
and
game
shield.
that has
That's good
no...
enough.
Yeah, they got hat,
People
they
don't
got
know how
shield, they
armor
got
works.
sword.
Yeah. That's
Maybe-
good enough, but why do you have the pauldrons but nothing on your guts?
It's a good question.
See, 3 days ago, that lunar, that's now a T-Rex, actually snuck in and stole specifically only the gut plates, and only the gut plates, just to mess with them.
Understandable. I have 48 experience. What should I spend that on?
Now, why have you banked 48 experience? Well, I
What
guess
the
old
hell
man...
are you doing?
Old man doesn't buy it. He has a lot of the raw stats that he wants, and he only buys spells, like, gradually.
I have bought one spell.
Let me open. Now this is going to change, but
Am
let
I
me
gonna
open
have to
up
give you
Obsidian.
Celestial Circle Sorcery just to give you more things to do?
Obsidian currently has 27 XP and 31 Dragon XP.
Well, that's what I mean. I've got 48. The good news for me is that there's no difference between regular and dragon experience for me because I don't get charms. So, they's the same.
And these folks up front here on the horses, they are part of the army that
The
is
lunar
working
army.
under this moon. They are one of
You
the
can get-
official in-book examples of a moon-led society.
Can you get merits?
I could, yeah.
Old man could get some merits.
I could go ahead and grab
Fine.
the second point of influence for being unknown sorcerer now that you, like, know who I am.
Or
There's that.
more wild
That you've
mutations.
been out in the world. Or yeah, you could buy more mutations
What
on
do you
Old
mean, a
Man
wild
as he
mutation?
continues to refine his
Oh.
body.
I don't think there's any that old man really wants.
Well, if Old Man wants for nothing, he can just look at his giant pile of XP and think about his life.
I mean, I guess it's pretty in brand. He's just not using any of that shit.
Old Man could just abruptly double in size at any time, but he doesn't feel like it. Well,
Mutations have to be things-
well,
It could just be things that are happening to you that seem like a fun idea.
well.
Well,
Leviathan
Well,
3.0 is very good. Leviathan's a good book.
Leviathan is excellent. Leviathan is basically all of the good things Leviathan was, and also even more cool things. Also, that's supposed to be Mahasuchi, lion head instead of goat. It's fine.
That's just Free Willy in the background.
That's Leviathan, yes.
That is Grand Admiral Free Willy.
And you will call him sir.
We'll
Sorry.
address
Okay.
him with all due respect. Leviathan, who was the Grand Whale, and then the Sad Whale, but now the Mad Whale.
Well, when you
that
left me
art there,
during
the
school.
the three iconic old lunars.
Mhm.
Lovey, Mahasuchi, and Roxy. Powerful wizard. Powerful,
In-
proudly creepy, and unnerving wizard.
Mhm.
You can handle my spells?
In a purely theoretical sense, how strong is the Empress compared to these three?
Personally, weaker, but
politically,
politically,
Oh, well, absolutely.
as
she
long
would
as
not
the
be in a
realm
fair
is even
fight.
half in working order, which if Red is around, it is, because she keeps it that way.
There is no situation where she would be in a one-on-one fight with any of these people.
You would
period.
compare one of these to Red and whatever current inner circle she is operating with as though it were a party.
Yeah, I kind of figured. It's just more of a theoretical idea.
She'd be flattened. But that, again, that wouldn't happen.
Here's the point of the game plan of being the Empress, that you never fight just the Empress on her own. You fight her empire.
Yeah, exactly.
Funnily enough, Mahasuchi actually runs on the same logic. He never shows up alone, except he's also personally much more ridiculously strong.
Leaders.
Because he has an army. That's his gimmick, is I'm a general.
What if you just have an army pointed at people?
I can be one of the most personally terrifying single combatants in creation and also run an army at the same time. There's no rule that says I can't.
Maha's main deal, he is the main lunar counter-imperialist as well. He sees himself as heir to the old age and wants revenge.
Mahasuchi, in a nutshell, is the only problem with imperialism is I'm not in charge. And
I feel like you got rid of the solars. Now it's my turn. Get off of my mountain. I want that mountain back.
He has spent the past few centuries more or less sulking in a cave because everyone has disappointed him and he hates all of his shitty grandchildren. And he's also slowly having a creeping doubt of maybe I've been the asshole the whole time.
He has the dueling, defining level intimacies of, I must succeed and there's no way this is going to work. This has failed for long enough that maybe it can't work. Fuck.
This has not been worth it. Everything I've done is a waste. And then the second alternative is, I will see this through, so help me God.
Either I will win, or I have wasted my entire millennia-spanning life.
Oh, so he's going through a midlife crisis.
Yes, but for thousands of years.
He's old, it happens.
By the way, I feel like I ask this all the fucking time. But what's our total experience, like Dragon experience? Just give me that one.
80 and 64.
Wait, it's 80 and 64?
Yes.
All right, so I missed last sections.
Fuck.
Yeah, because we got to 75 right after we fought in the
And
place.
then you had one session afterward.
So we have had 16 sessions.
Fuck, yeah, when you put it that way.
4 months.
And
Which means
And
it's been
Raxi.
about 5 months since we finished doing another game, which we won't talk
Raxi,
about.
who used to be the character you decidedly danced around talking about, and now is actually worth
Hold up.
using. What's up?
No, actually, I need to look something up real quick, but continue. I'll be back in the conversation in a moment.
Raxi, who now... Alright, take all of the bad shit that we wrote about the character before, and now say that is the reputation Raxi wishes she had. Someone who very strongly wants to be feared and revered as an unholy terror.
Fuck, I meant to bring this up, but yeah, last month, happy anniversary of Europa.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
yeah. I didn't bring it up intentionally. We didn't need to think about that.
I wanted to think about it.
Is she supposed to be an ape?
Yes.
Yes.
Her spirit form is a chimpanzee.
Huh.
She also, her tail is backward hands like a Rakshasa.
That's what I was originally confused about, because it seems like she was emulating some of the stuff of Rakshasa, but those are more tiger demon things.
They smack together
Just
Rakshasa.
blend some
and-
ideas.
Yeah.
If I remember right, actually, tiger being associated with tigers is a D&D invention for Rakshasa. And also the backwards hands thing, actually. Both of them are.
Yep.
There's no actual distinct identifying feature of a Rakshasa.
Neat.
Roxy, as part of the establishing her gravitas as an occultist, one of the co-inventors of the Moon Silver Tattoo.
No longer the sole inventor.
But one of the contributors to that idea.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Yeah, like Roxy's defining intimacies are 3 of them. I must be feared. Power is the only thing that can keep me safe. And tie to self of unrepentant delight. She is a horribly traumatized person who believes that terror and power are the only things that will keep her from being hurt again, and she just has a last being a horrible person.
Frighten, smile, grab.
Yeah.
Cat, what do you want?
You should pet that
And
cat.
then a bunch of new ones.
And a bunch of new ones.
I actually kind of like Rixara, who remembers, who was just some schmuck who got the oldest and most powerful Sage Lunar's memories all at once. And everybody's like, so you remember it all, right? And she's like, oh, my brain is having a
Help.
time?
Help, computer.
Please help. I don't know what's going on. I know like 80 languages that I don't actually know. Please help me.
Shaoka. Alright, here's a warlord.
A warlord whose gimmick is he has been personally killed and thrown into the cycle of reincarnation by sidereals, and he just keeps coming back. No one knows how.
Stop it.
Wait, hold on. Is there up in this section of list of notable elders? Did they bother to devote time to? I'm looking around and I'm not seeing it. I'm
What are
sure
you-
seeing the great mistake of this book, the absence of a certain idea that they have put forward and not given due prominence.
Which one?
Where's the rat?
Oh, Smiling Rat. I think he's in the Shahan Ya section, not the elders.
Make our way down to somewhere else. Here's a Dracula, probably. Just taking a swoop.
Yeah,
Good.
This section is why Lunars hate who they do.
Mm-hmm. Mixed opinions all around.
I really like this art. It just in general, it's really well composed.
Guild hates him.
Guild, capitalism, fuck it.
Hey, regular
Kill it.
humans, why are you demonstrating the full extent of human evil without any of our other
Without-
traditional enemies in charge? So we can blame
Or-
them for it.
Why are you more assholes than the Suns used to be and you don't have any of the Sun juice?
Or
I've
are you
spent my
somehow
experience.
worse than the supernatural villains while just being regular people?
What'd you
I
spend
spent-
it on, Doc?
I now resist poisons at a base level of 17 dice.
Nice.
Ah, Jesus, okay.
Nice!
That is without
makes
spending anything. I just resist poisons with 17 dice.
Just full
All right.
stamina, full resistance, and some merits.
And some merits.
Nice.
I add my occult as a resistance to it, and also just +2, just because, for fun.
Ghosts. Ideas put here. Actually, Lunars are kind of pro-ghost as, like, spirits of humans. Very powerful potential ally. Ghosts usually are more directly concerned with the well-being of humans who worship them. Because it's often their own damn family.
And Lunars are okay with that because Lunars are usually very invested in the communities that they park in.
And idea put forward, Lunars are actually among the best living necromancers that you can find. The only better necromancers are undead. Big undead, like Dracula's.
They were the best necromancers in creation until the Draculas came back.
And we're like, watch this.
I have a.
Oh wait, you only
as-
approached the horizon of the void? Just reach entire arm into it and sit there staring at them for a while?
I
Just
also
kind of... Go on.
I also resist diseases with 15, but I subtract the difficulty of all disease resistances by 2, and if it's food poisoning, by 4.
But you don't.
Invincible.
Yeah, I mean he can though.
He could.
He can just eat rocks. It's fine with him.
If he cannot find the purest Mountain Dew, he can just squeeze some moss and get the drippings off the moss and be fine.
The purest Mountain Dew, straight from the factory.
If I need water, I'll go to a faucet. I ain't gonna drink no moss.
So everyone hates Lookshy. Man, everyone hates Lookshy. Don't worry about it.
They're right to hate Lookshy. That's the important
hates
thing.
Lookshy.
All my
They just won't
homies
say
hate
it out
Lookshy.
loud. Here's
boy,
world
this
map
book.
featuring a bunch of notes of places that are of great lunar influence, and these weird tiny cursive written captions that are fucking illegible. That are supposed to say something about what the lunars feel about those places.
Yeah, this is 500% zoom, by the way. This is the highest resolution you're getting. Have fun reading this.
Black Winter Boneyard, the rat.
Oh, this is Rat. This is Ratland. Rat lives here. The rat something.
The rat smiles.
The rat
Smiling
smiles. Smiling Rat is here. Rat Zone.
Hey, just people out there who want to make a really cool looking map for people to be able to read. Don't do this.
Please, I will personally come to your house and beg you to not do cursive on your map.
Blando. Wait.
I'm not sure
Or
this
is this
was
not the
Blando's
I don't think
fault.
Blando put these labels on it. This is the Blando
Okay,
map.
good. I've
but
got no reason to blame Blando then.
I don't think Blando created this layer. They have some kind of opinion of the 7th Legion. Something
And
of the
for
Shogunate. Yeah, there'd be your main reason for spite. Among the olds, anything Shogunate-ish is stomp on sight.
Dust heap of the Shogunate. Oof.
Yeah, I mean, accurate.
Garbage pile.
Honestly, there are probably more ancient lunars that hate Lookshy in particular than the Realm. Because the Realm is just a new thing, and Lookshy is like, no, we're part of the Shogunate still.
We've been here the whole time.
Hey, I have a question
What's up?
because I remember nothing ever of anything in this game. What's Overwhelm?
That is minimum
damage. On a withering attack.
Okay.
Or wait, did we
Yes.
get it backwards again?
Overwhelm is minimum damage on a withering attack.
Okay.
Onslaught is defense penalty for being swung at many times.
Okay.
So when something says add stamina overwhelming to a withering attack, that just means I add my stamina to the minimum.
Yeah, you boost the minimum damage, which also means you don't need to hit by much in order to get your full value.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good.
Your chip damage becomes huge.
That can double or triple most weapons' chip damage at stamina 5.
Is that a melee skill?
Yeah.
What a good result.
Okay, here in examples of lunar dominions. Probably here is where we will get at the rat. We got Spider
Yeah, I'm
Mountain,
pretty sure Smiling Rat has a full write-up in here.
We got
Okay,
the
there we
Toman
go.
clans, some step folk, and this guy who is just fed up with these horse assholes,
I'm gonna throw this out here from the thing.
or
that I just
envious
rolled.
of their horse ownership.
Uh-huh.
That right there would be enough to completely just blank having Yozi Venom.
Good to keep in mind.
Yes. Granted, that's 15 successes. That's an outlandish number, regardless of what happened, but hey.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, also specifically, a step folk who have just now settled in somewhere and become the ruling class of an area. As many step folk would do after a conquest. And so they're experiencing that cultural shift. Of going from roaming army to sitting monarchy.
Oh, so these are supposed to be the
Very,
monarchs.
yeah.
Yeah, like the Ilkhanate did in Persia, or the
Magyars.
the Magyars did into Hungary, or well, in order to become Hungary,
Yeah.
or Kublai Khan into China, establishing that dynasty. It happened a lot to nomads.
Nomads eventually kind of went, you know what? Let's give this a shot.
and then end up assimilating into their newly occupied territory.
What was our ruling on buying Essence 3 charms? Did we have to spend up to the full 75? Because if you're buying charms, then you're doing it in things of 8, you hit 72.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You can't have
so
any yet.
either
Okay.
buy something else to get you to the pin, or buy one more Essence 2 or less charm before moving on.
Mm-hmm.
You could spend 4 of those points to move your dex up to 2, or your intelligence up to 2, or whatever.
My dex is 3.
Oh, nice. Good for you.
That is going to solve a lot of your combat problems. I'm just going to say that flat out.
Yeah. Well, it's going to solve some of my combat problems. It only gives me 1 more parry. It is not exactly your dex. It is your dex divided by 2.
But it also makes
remote community
more accurate, which is a huge shift.
That will
example,
also
remote community of mountain mystics doing mountain mystic stuff.
Fun fact.
Valley mystic stuff.
A lot of Obsidian getting new abilities is mostly held back by I want to come up with a narrative reason for them. Like an actual narrative reason for something he was doing, and that's why he got it.
Makes sense.
I mean, that's an entirely cool and good way of doing it.
Bear is ruling. How can this be?
I have a good one for Dex 3.
Again, imperialism is not something that Lunars just don't do. It's a matter of what my problem is that I'm not in charge. I can do it correctly this time.
That's also going to get a lot of people to pay attention to you if you are doing an imperialism.
Mm.
Which a lot of them probably don't want to do until they wait for the whole thing to break apart and what have you.
Hey, y'all.
Or
Another fun thing. The Obsidian has more war charms.
yeah, those are going to be relevant soon.
I'm investing in war.
Whoa, what?
What?
You damn!
What?
You blew it up.
Wait, hold up.
Yeah, so, Mahalanka here is Kingdom of the Apes.
This is where Lock Proxy lives. This is one of her aesthetics. Y'all heard of Planet of the Apes?
Just, alright, here's all these abandoned, first age superstructures. Yeah, just leave them around, let them get overgrown. They look nice. Just stop using them.
Yeah, the stuff in the background wasn't the first thing that drew my attention. It was this gentleman that's talking to the person on the far left here, and I noticed that he was definitely simian in the process.
The
and then
esteemed
I looked
Dr.
up and
Zaius,
went,
yes.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh, that's what we're doing.
Yeah, no, Mahalanka is like half ape people.
I hate every ape I see, from chimpanzee to chimpanzee.
Yeah, she also refers to them as the Thousand Fangs Army's total control zone because she does not
control zone?
She does not have chill. Yes.
The nameless lair. That's Maha's territory.
This is Goatman and Wolfman.
Maha and his many beast soldiers.
So now that I'm looking at the war tree, I want you to know something very significant about the war tree that's kind of wild when I'm reading it. There is a singular war charm that is Essence 4. I can pretty much obtain almost the entire war tree right now.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, makes sense.
General.
Chocobos are canon. Mark.
Mark.
Not the right chocobos, though.
Yeah, somebody
Those
pluck
have-
these birds.
Yeah, someone come on. Also make them like the size of houses.
Yes. These weird dwarf chocobo.
Well, you don't want them dropping meteors on our heads, so it's probably for the best.
The Wallafell Chocobo.
Come on. Where's Rat?
The
Give me
thing
the
in
rat.
There was a
14,
picture of Rat Domain.
there's the thing in 14 that they breed Chocobos, and all the ones that come out like a bit like kind of small and scrawny, they give to Wallafells.
Yep. Bronze Tide is a bunch of people running away from an Fairfolk invasion in not Greece.
Just a people on the run.
Oh, hey,
Ragtag
that's how we
fugitive
got to
fleet.
Greece. I was wondering. Oh, wow, this is very Greece. Yeah, okay.
Mhm. Sunken Luth, it's Atlantis. This is Leviathan's territory. Just a big underwater city. Not everyone who lives there is fish folk. fish folk have an easier time, what with the needing to breathe underwater often.
They begrudgingly keep air-dwelling places.
If you somehow get down here, we won't throw you out. But why?
On the off chance that one of you dumb motherfuckers is determined enough to come see us, we will keep some air bubbles around.
Does Leviathan have a humanoid form?
Yes.
All Lunars do.
Let me be more specific. Is it known roughly what Leviathan's humanoid form is? Like
Huge.
Extremely chiseled and ripped, ideal of masculinity. In 3rd edition canon, because Leviathan is transmasculine, so.
Oh, neat.
Leviathan is what peak performance looks like. Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are just around in nature and creation. Remember that.
Okay, with that, Obsidian is Essence 3.
Alright, I have finally got everything open.
All right, let me just continue scrolling until I get to the damn rat. There, boneyard.
You just want to see the
Black
rat.
Witcher boneyard of the smiling rat. Yes, here we go.
2 paragraphs? That's it?
2 paragraphs. It's just in the other dimension. They came up with the rat and only gave the rat 2 paragraphs and 1 art. 1 very good art, but
That's enough, though. Look at this fucking art.
this is all you need to know
Holy
about the
fuck.
rat.
Skeleton mammoths and ghost
Powerful.
skeleton bird.
Powerful bone lord of the north.
We do not mess with these people.
Ratland.
Just take one look and go, nope, going home.
I don't want to fuck with this.
Oh, this is what Great Grandpa was leaving.
All right. Other notes to
The ice piracy got over towards a rat and just immediately was like, I need to be on the other side of the world right now.
right. So
can't
other
steal
thing
this.
to do before we carry on would be to pop on over to character creation. I think is where it is to see the iconics.
Yes, it is shortly after first bit of character creation.
All right, here we are. Yes. So our iconic fighting loud and rowdy full moon.
He's cool guy, nothing personnel kid. Pretty good design.
Sword haver. Just a good look all around.
I really like that he's messing with his
Our
belt. That makes him
iconic,
so much more
sneaky,
cocky.
crafty rogue. Mid-moon.
She shows up in a lot of other artists or fox form,
Yes.
and her shadow here shows that.
No wife. And
The best one,
wizard.
behold the wizard!
Beware their power. Unspeakable power.
Silent Pearl, non-binary, prefers to hang out as a Nautilus person. Just, they're more comfortable like this.
Sometimes forgets whether they are in fish or human mode.
Yes, there is a narrative section in the back of the book where they are walking in public and they look at people walking by and briefly wonder, why aren't they screaming? Oh, right, I look like a person right now.
I have skin, that's what's wrong. Hold on. And then our cast list, iconic, just here's a Viking. Here's Chula. Just here's Link.
What is that spear made out of?
Probably ivory.
Spear.
She lives in the
Wood,
north,
and
it's
then-
probably mammoth.
Yeah, it might be mammoth. It might be
I
steel.
adored-
It's quite long.
I keep seeing that shield and I keep thinking it's a chicken.
Wark. Cry.
There's other
Beep.
art in the book that shows that it's a dove of some form.
I'm not that far off then.
Yeah.
Moon. Perfect image to end. Moon browsing
Moon.
on
Moon is good.
moon things. Good book.
I mean, this one is fine. Not ours, though.
And now, I need to actually cue up the music because I
didn't really have a soundtrack picked out for this one because I wasn't really able to decide, so let me just grab something real quick. Just for lack of a better...
I should get in the thing.
Yes.
the
Right,
rolling.
the table where the game
No,
happens.
it took me 20 minutes to remember that, don't worry.
Huh?
As
Look,
a
I
heads
was-
up, Discord's been having a time the past few days, so if someone suddenly
has
gets flipped
it?
out, it's not that we don't like it, y'all. It's just that Discord said, nope, fuck off, and so we'll be back.
Yeah, it's been bouncing people.
Sorry, I was remembering a very funny thing that happened on Saturday.
Kavanaugh is very good mission command, from what I can tell.
Oh, the
Remember that
snippet
time
of...
we were ghost hunting and you left me to fucking die?
Yes.
For those that are unaware, we were raiding in Destiny, and Discord died real hard. Like at the 1-6 point into the fight, somehow we won.
As it was my first raid, I was freaking out the whole time, but it's like, nope, gotta focus. I cannot make this be my fault.
Okay, Matt.
All
Hey,
right.
yeah, the button has been pressed this whole time, so start whenever.
Oh yeah, we're just going right into it because recording's been on the whole time. Anyway, welcome back to Dragon Blood 3rd Edition. Last time, several things happened in succession. The crew got out of the wild zone and went into part of their downtime of kind of wandering around. Yang went looking for Tsuchinoko, found Tsuchinoko, found the Tsuchinoko was owned and or found first by Bismuth Maw, which led to a conversation with Bismuth Maw and the rest of the group. From there, Yang tried to spill the secrets of his double dealings, which alerted his handler, as it were. Sybil and Sun Guanyang, the traveling merchant and his bodyguard, revealed themselves to be more than they seemed, as was already guessed by several of the crew. They had not been guessed to be a solar and a lunar, though, as well as Sybil delightfully and immediately dropping everything she was thinking to get into a sparring match with Angler the moment that Angler proposed doing so. After that, they left and went on the rest of their way, and the crew went back to the manse in order to awaken the sorceress abilities of Vanif Milan, shortly after also going to the monastery of the Temple of the Golden Janissaries to catch up Pestletail Lazar and the rest of the family on the events of the Wild Pocket. So, it has been... Let me double check the calendar real quick, because I did update that at the end of last session. It is currently Resplendent Water 4, and the ball is in the court of the crew as to what to do now, after Milan has gotten his sorcery, and it's been a few days at the monastery for repose to do his training and doing his... Oh, yes. The Milan discovered that sorcery demands sacrifice, and if you do not give it a sacrifice, it will choose one. And Milan ended up losing his sense of direction. So,
Real abstract, huh?
mm-hmm.
It's a real Phoenix Down moment.
What?
Huh?
I agree.
What is that? What?
Don't worry
Don't worry
about
about it.
So yeah, the ball is back in the players' courts for actions at the moment, as I don't have anything to hurl a brick through the window to make you do things right now.
Okay, cool. Because hey, it's wild. Obsidian actually, Nuvi has a thing to do.
You have a thing to do.
I have an idea. Okay.
Obsidian's doing
so-
something.
Oh, piss.
Well, okay, if that's what you want to do,
No.
that's fine. But
I had forgotten. I need to actually take a different charm. I will edit this on the side. This just means I'm not gonna get one of my war charms immediately.
That's fine.
Just gotta make sure gotta make sure this is the right charm. Oh no.
Beneath
Damn
Milan
it.
is going to invent the subway map. It doesn't matter how you got here. You just need to know where the road goes.
I'm sorry, I had this all ready to go.
Look, we do all of our travel above ground. It's time we start adding travel beneath ground.
Yeah, that was the test roll for a hypothetical venom attack, and yeah, that would be
Old
able to
man
know
is now this many resistant to poison.
Yes.
Wait, is this not the charm that I thought it was? It's the coded cipher letter charm. Is that cryptic essence cipher?
One moment. Are you looking in the core book or the Dragon Blooded book?
The Dragon Blood book.
Yeah, Cryptic
me-
Essence Cipher.
That should be it, but let me look.
Oh, is it manipulation?
Or Intelligence.
Oh, is it intelligence?
Cryptography,
right.
what?
Well, in essence, there is a side of this that might actually work in that. So Obsidian's running a letter, but and this is actually both out of character and in character canon. He is having Brother Repose help him write it. So
Yeah, no, that would work.
Indirectly, I suppose, basically. This would have been a conversation that happened in the background while we were traveling.
yes.
We got on a
So-
wavelength about something.
While you were running, all
Yes,
the way
during the
back.
marathon.
So Obsidian is currently in the storage room, which he has sort of turned into a personal office as well. Writing the letter and is talking with Obsidian, or not Obsidian, talking with himself about it, talking with Brother Repose about it, just like detailing the full letter, making sure everything is worded correctly. And it is actually a letter directed to Sybil and Son. So, in order to, because he's not an idiot like some people that send out fucking letters, he's going to use Cryptic Essence Cipher in order to make it a cipher. To make it not readable by everyone.
Yeah, no, that's reasonable. So that would be I will let you use either of Repose's manipulation or intelligence as a help on the composure roll, because this is both of you more or less doing this.
So, hey, which one of yours is
So that'd be a
bigger?
4 in either
Okay.
case.
So your manipulation and intelligence are both 4. All right.
Yep.
All right, and then my linguistics is 3, so that's a 7. And let me look at what the mastery of linguistics is. A bonus success for every 2. Okay. And every 10 you roll re-rolls a non-1 failure die. Huh. Dope.
Helpful.
Trying to get back to the right thing here. There we go.
Darren is dead. Darren has returned.
Yep.
Cool.
Speak
So
of
that's
the
5 successes.
all right, you have a 5 strength
Oh.
cipher.
Wait, actually, no. 4 successes. And the main reason for that being is, frequently forget, I only have a 3 in linguistics.
Yeah, you would need the 4th to buy both
Yeah.
bonus successes. Or you could will
You
to
could
make
also
that
just-
Yeah, I'll will point one of those up. Again, I'm not an idiot like some people. References at our letters from Ruby Gauntlet, and am going to make sure that this letter is properly ciphered.
Yep. Entirely
way.
reasonable. So you have a 5 strength cipher on this
The,
letter that can only be read without breaking it by
the
categorically.
music feed is not back up.
Oh, I did. Yeah, Discord kicked me in and out, so I guess my
Yeah.
feed got broken. One moment, please.
Can it only be read by one person?
Normally, yes, I will say that you can basically
I
let
could just
both of them
say-
read it.
Yeah, so text-wise, there is a target person, or you put an intimacy into it, and anyone who agrees with that can read it.
You were underwater for a bit.
Yeah,
there.
I didn't know if that was me or not. But
Would you take that again, please, Lone?
The recording heard me. That's what's canon.
that's fine. But given
Either-
this specific instance, they're a solar lunar bond. You can just say both of them.
It either
Yeah,
targets
okay.
a person or you can target an intimacy, and anyone who agrees with that will
All right.
be able to read it.
And now for the difficult part of this. The Obsidian also calls in Old Man.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So as Old Man comes in, he gestures to like a candle that he's going to use to ink seal the letter. Or not ink, a wax seal. And says, could you summon a he's sort of like rubbing his chin. A small elemental to embed into the seal, the wax I'm going to use to seal. That way it incinerates the letter 10 minutes after the seal's broken.
Probably.
There is a tiny species of fire elemental whose job is to just be sparks to get things started.
Yep. Just
Not-
I'm here to burn things.
Now, I probably could, but you were asking me to cast that for the fourth time ever. To give your letter a self-destruct switch.
Yes.
No.
Hmm.
I'm not
Okay.
going to demand the art to do that. Old man walks away.
As I said, this would be the hard part.
Well, do you have alternative ideas or ways of persuading Old Man?
Me?
Or, yeah, I'm basically just saying, are there other ideas or?
How do you persuade old man to do anything when he wants nothing?
Yeah, exactly. Old Man is literally the character I have the hardest to read in this group. Well, sort of look to Brother Repose and just
Repose
say,
isn't there right now.
oh, well,
Repose
then.
is back at the monastery right now.
Oh,
You'd be
that's
happy
right,
to argue
that's
with Yang and Milan and Angler about this.
Of course old man has teeth.
Old
He's
Man.
got at least 3.
Can Milan do a summoning yet? No, I don't think he can. Can Milan do a summoning?
I don't know. Bradway?
So, I asked old man, teach me. He said no. He's only ever done it 4 times, and he's not going to do it a 5th time just to teach me to do it however million times I
He's
want
done
to
it
do
3 times.
3 times.
Hmm.
I haven't bought that one yet.
Oh,
Milan, yeah, it's experienced at.
I have an idea.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so again, sort of similar idea. Walks over to Yang. Hey Yang, I attempted the magic aspect of this, and the magic was not looks over at Old Man cooperative. So I'm sending out this letter, but I don't want the letter to stick around, if you know what I mean.
Let me see that. Do you have the letter on you?
I would to hand him the letter.
I'm
The
gonna
big
read
thing-
this real quick.
It's in a sealed wax. It's already been sealed in the envelope.
Oh.
Well, no, it
whatever.
hasn't yet.
Oh, he hasn't? Then yeah.
Because there's a second part to this scene. So yeah, I hand you the letter, and it's just here. You know what? This would be a good time for it to be read out loud. Because I'm not trying to really keep it secret. Let me go over to the chat I was having with Loon and get the full letter on, and I will message it to Darren to read out loud.
All right.
Well, isn't it in a cipher?
Nah.
Oh, it is.
It is cipher. Hey, yeah,
It's
try to
already
read
been
this
ciphered.
letter.
I would hand it to you, and yeah, you can't. You
Just
can't
a
fucking.
sheet of
fucking
incomprehensible
Okay,
garbage.
actually, if you can,
Unless you roll perception or linguistics, perception or intelligence plus linguistics.
I
but
have
anyway,
none.
here
Uh,
is the letter for Darren. Whenever you want to read the letter.
Okay.
I,
It's a real bummer I'm not there to read that
I'm
letter.
like, I'm gonna say I'm in the middle of something. I'm like, what the? Why are you sending someone a crossword puzzle?
Oh no, it's a cipher.
What? Whatever, fine. What do you want me to do this?
So I want it so that some amount of time, 10 minutes would probably be good. After the seal that I'm going to put of wax on it is broken, the letter bursts into flames.
It's like a real fireball.
Not like a fireball, just enough so that it burns the letter.
Fuck it, sure, whatever. I'm in the middle of a critical test. But let me just drop everything. Gordon, I can't.
I'm assuming Yang is saying this is Yang is smoking a blunt next to the astrology pool.
Yeah, probably. I'm probably just like sketching some shit from I see the astrology pool while I'm high and just being like, is this anything? No.
Also,
is this anything?
is
No.
it sun like in the sky or sun like a sun?
SON.
Okay.
Can
But
I roll-
it's like the Korean surname.
All right. So I spelled it right.
I guess I'm gonna make an incredibly small gunpowder mechanism that when they open up the envelope,
You do have some fire dust left.
yeah,
You could probably stabilize it until it is exposed to the air, given enough time, and then it'll just kind of cook the paper.
Embed a tiny piece of flint in the wax that when the seal is broken, it sparks and smolders and then
actually, yeah.
burns
What
through
do
the
I
wax.
roll to like over-engineer the shit out of this?
Specifically because you're asking to over-engineer this, I'm giving you a 2-size stunt. This will be intelligence, either your crafts or alchemy or medicine.
I'm just gonna give you a medicine.
Is this a conversation happening at the pool?
Somehow you've set
Why
yourself to be
did the
the
X card just roll
You set yourself to be the X card rather than Yang.
The mysterious Yakuman.
Who is player X?
Yeah, there 4.
Well, you-
I apologize in advance if any of the incredibly large storm that just rolled in gets picked up by my mic, or if I vanish. So
Yeah, the X card is an option for the drop-down menu for what
it's
you want
because
to
I
work with, so-
implemented as a token that everyone can use, so it can be easily accessed. It is available to be your character.
What incredibly large storm opens window? Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
no,
okay.
my cat just ran and hit under the sink. It is a hell of a storm going through.
Yeah, okay.
It's probably the storm that hit
Yeah,
me
so
yesterday.
for 4 successes, yeah, you have a way of just like stabilizing some of the pinches of fire dust you have left into a gel and then putting that on the letter that will be activated by a flint strike in the wax. That'll give him enough time to read the letter, but also know that you shouldn't be holding this in a minute or two.
Ah, shit, that reminds me. Are you aware that you can actually dissolve white phosphorus into benzene?
No, I wasn't.
No,
Well, you can do that.
go on.
That's a way to do this. It's actually pretty easy.
I was thinking of a rough
benzene,
chemical.
though?
Like, what is benzene in creation? I was thinking of like a alchemical close equivalent of chemical. Yeah.
From what I was
Christ
told, I believe-
almighty, that's allowed. Sorry.
Yeah. I looked this up when trying to figure out a mechanic for allowing a frog to breathe fire. That'll
That
give you no context.
I feel like you and I are on the same watch list that I got on when I was a Space Station 13 coder now.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, you've got a pretty elaborate setup. This is going to
Right.
work.
So, Obsidian thanks Yang, lets him get back to his work, returns to the office / storeroom,
Mhm.
and then, as he is prepared, sealing this up and everything, has a thought. Thinks back to literally everything that's happened since the start of this. Seeing, Repose's family, and his home place, seeing Yang meet his relatives that he didn't even know existed. Old man and his student sort of has a thought about family, thought about that kind of stuff. Goes over to one of the crates, opens it up. Inside, there's like war manuals and stuff like that, and reaches in and pulls out a different seal.
Ah.
Closes up the letter, uses that seal, puts that into an envelope, and then seals that envelope with his own sort of like merchant seal.
Yes.
And then sends the letter out.
The moment of thinking about family in the context proposed is like briefly punctuated by cutting over to the punching being exchanged during
the drunken argument at the end of that night.
The time spent at home, and I'll take note. I'm going to voluntarily return to play with all my -1s full of bashing. It's been a very productive time at home.
Good. Okay. And just for the sake of the audience, since I'm not going to sit on this, and I would end up having to read it back once the return letter comes back. This is the contents of the ciphered letter. Dear Sybil and Son, during our recent interaction, it was apparent that you two, either in agreement or not, have influenced our team into cleaning up some problems that could have been easily handled by yourselves. Whether it was through laziness or a measure of strength that you sent us to deal with the messes, I'm not sure. Either way, I'm fine with cleaning these up, but I am not fine with being used. We will consider our two parties even for all prior incidents. And furthermore, in the event of an issue arising, whether it be some matter of Ruby Man or a don't, I would hope that you and yours would be willing to assist us should we need it. Sincerely, Obsidian Shield.
The long and short of it is, hey, remember how we accidentally sold your ghost armor and then had to deal with that? We're even now.
Yes.
How we sold poor innocent human you ghost armor, and then had to retrieve it from you, and felt that poor innocent human you was owed a favor for this inconvenience. Fuck off, Moonrat!
By the way, this is very specific in the writing of the letter. Ruby Man is that is a name. Ruby
that is capitalized
Man, capital M, and don't is in all caps.
Yes.
Of course,
stop reminding the Dracula about his giant red hand.
Yeah, which is specifically pointing out these are things that you labeled on the map. You know about these.
Ruby was not labeled, don't was.
Right, yeah.
They have been spying on us, though. They know as much about Ruby as we do.
Exactly.
At least. Mm-hmm.
But yes, just a very strongly worded letter. We're even. Hey, and maybe
someone
do your fucking
has
job.
Been spying on us over the course of this adventure.
Some sort of informant rat has been information.
Who could do that? What kind of handsome rogue would do that?
Brother Repose do that.
As for the other aspects of that scene, we'll leave that up to the audience to think about. But Obsidian is going to sit down with those war manuals.
Yeah, and do some studying, and it's old, comforting reading. You weren't expecting it to be as comforting as it is now, given the prior context, but now that you're at a healthy distance and you're able to do it for different things, it's interesting. But yeah, one last question. How are you planning to get that letter to them?
That is the important question of that.
That is a question.
Because I don't have the answer for that. That is the one part of this that I've not sussed out.
Are you asking the group for help, or are you going to figure that out on your own?
Yeah, that is... Yeah, what you
know
asked.
What? Utilizing all the resources that I have here, I would approach Spanner.
What's up? You would actually find Angler sitting by the pools. Curiously, he has his knife out, doesn't use it much, and he is slowly putting a nick on his cheek and checking to see if his blood looks different.
Nah, it's
all right.
It's just blood.
All right.
Kind of looks at that, pauses for a moment, shrugs. Yeah, and you do you. I need and just sort of, he has to know where it's going. I need a letter delivered to our, sort of looks at you, merchant friends.
Why don't you ask Yang to deliver to them, since Yang's been giving them letters already? I'd love to help. In fact, I would read the... Nope, never mind. You've already sealed up the letter. Never mind. Next time, though. I'm very good at that kind of stuff. If in an emergency, I can get it to Koi, and she might be able to get it to them.
You know what? Let's go with that.
Okay, I'm guessing the bird probably has found me again.
You sent the bird back. It didn't come back after that.
Oh, well, then never mind. Well, I'll be heading towards her anyway, so that's like the next place he wants to go.
Wait,
so
I can just find animals, right? I've got survival.
Yes, but you can't find trained carrier pigeons that know who to go to and what to do.
Those that just don't grow on trees.
No.
Shit.
Yeah, you know, have Koi deliver this.
Actually, why don't we deliver it to Koi? Because I think some of you need to meet her.
Sure. Sounds good to me.
All right, so that's the logistics sorted.
Because, yeah, I did have that thought of, how am I going to get it there and make sure it doesn't get intercepted? I mean, that's what the cipher's for, but...
Actually, another idea. Hey, Yang, because Yang's in the room with us.
Huh? What?
How do you get in contact with your master? Sybil.
You want to talk to her?
I don't particularly. I'm still smarting from the last time we fought, but he seems to want to.
Alright, fine. Turn around.
I turn around.
I can't look, it's embarrassing. Here's I stand embarrassed in the corner, no one should burn the Aquaman. And I transform.
This isn't a necessary part of the process, I'm just going to say that.
And I'm gonna go jump up to the highest point I can be at, and I'm gonna go look wistfully off into the middle distance for a bit. In my head, I'm doing... I'm trying to call her.
The middle distance of what? We're in a cave!
So, mechanically speaking, you're doing a prayer roll is what you're doing. If you would just say that out loud...
I need to ask ahead of time.
Not in the manse, not in the manse, not in the manse. Get out of the manse.
Oh, yeah, get out of the manse.
I will grab him and throw him outside.
I mean, let's be frank here. She probably already knows.
Of course they do, but let's not invite them inside our house.
as Yang puts on the outfit and tries to jump for the rafters, Angler grabs him by the ankle and just slaps him back into the ground and drags him by the leg outside.
Now that we've gotten you to live in your house, now you must learn the things to do not in your house.
You know what? That's my fault. I'm sorry, Yang, but I thought it would be like a letter, not you sending out a giant...
I'm a superhero on the side. What the fuck were you expecting?
I'm sorry. I'll take that back. I'm very sorry, Yaku Man, person I don't really know. I realized that I should have been more specific on how you get in contact
Dear
with
sweet
them.
Yakuman.
Kind of gentle
Angler
Yakuman.
and Obsidian, please roll me Intelligence Occult.
Oh, great.
I suppose Old Man and Milan, if they are paying attention and or care.
Hey, yeah, fuck yeah.
Neither in that order.
So if that was some sort of non-letter-based psychic communication that wasn't... It didn't seem like a charm. Yang doesn't know that charm. You know that for certain. Maybe it was a prayer? And I suppose if Sybil is a valid prayer target, then a burnt offering would get to them? Maybe that would work that way?
Oh,
You see Obsidian's brain.
Obsidian, I just thought of something. Kick my ass. I know. Hold on. Okay. You go get a coffer and put it there. We're gonna have a match real quick.
I do believe that this has happened in every game I've ever played with Soma. in a tabletop RPG, he eventually goes, "Kick my ass."
Yang,
No,
hold
we
on.
did-
I will happily do this, but we need to go outside to do it.
Do you want to explain how this works?
You can explain it while I'm kicking your ass.
That's fine. Anyways, so then star wipe and we're outside.
Star wipe to go outside. I'm not making a map for that.
Or
Yeah.
wipe outside next to Dog Rock.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well,
Dog
let's
Rock
do
will
this.
just be there in the background of certain shots.
Yakuman formally challenge you, angler spanning some spees, to a fight.
Angler spanning some bees.
So, B-Man is here.
I heard
Beast!
spees, and I was very. What is a spee?
My reward for you is the right to send an offering to the Lady of the Crucible. I guess that sounds like it would work. That sounds like a thing. That sounds like a ritual thing, right?
Do you genuinely forget her name?
No,
Okay, I didn't know if that was an in-character affectation or not.
I forgot her name.
Well, I'm keeping it that way because that would be how Yang puts it. So
Did you forget her name? No. Yes. No.
Is there any particular way I need to beat you up? Like,
Just
explain this a
honor.
bit better.
I don't know. Look,
you get the feeling that Yang is trying to game some system, and just a sock in the jaw is gonna work.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
just
that's
punch
actually
me.
what I was going to. I was just waiting for him to like start to like not pay attention, and then I was actually going to punch him. In
okay,
the
I'm
face.
gonna turn to Obsidian and be like, so you officially officiate this match, right? This is a martial arts match. We both
And as
agree?
Yang turns,
Yeah, I roundhouse kick him in the gut.
and over they go.
Good job. All right, put the letter in there and then burn it.
I think I have to beat you up a little bit more than that.
No, trust me, I can see you win. You're the victor.
And it's
I-
going to get there fine?
Yeah, probably.
I'm pretty sure these matches are best of 5.
You know, sure. Let's make sure it works. Come here, come at me, motherfucker.
Okay, you want to throw a punch?
Sports.
Yes.
Look, I mean, this is good training. This is how you would learn how to throw said punch. We need to see how you've, progressed in the past couple weeks.
I'm gonna uppercut him while he says this.
Just take it.
Boink.
Ow! Fuck!
Okay, good punch, but you're not twisting your hips as you go through with it. Milan told you a little bit about this, but you got to twist your hips like so, and I just move his hip as I do so. Like that, and then you're also like turning your shoulders at the same time, so you get a lot more leverage. You're pretty noodly, let's be honest.
Why am I helping you?
You're helping me.
You're actually intensely reminded of your first training session with Sybil. This is exactly how she does this.
Why is my existence being bullied by fathers?
I'm not.
Why do you
bullying
keep asking
you.
for this?
Why do you
I'm
keep
offering
finding
him a
parental
service.
figures that beat you up?
I don't know if I could be called being a bully if you literally told me to punch you in the face.
It's for a move. Anyways, keep doing it.
Okay, before we continue, is there any place I'm not supposed to hit you? I'm actually starting to feel bad now. Like the mask.
I can sing really. I can sing really
Obsidian
well.
is just
Don't hit me,
watching
motherfucker.
this going, I'm worried this is not going to work.
It'll work.
No, he didn't say this out loud. It's just what he's thinking. I'm just like, is this just gonna burn the letter? I guess I'll find.
You'll know one way or another.
I should have asked for a response.
And then much ass kicking was had.
Again, most of I am the first like actual bout. He's actually going to go all out and really just put Yang into the dirt. But after that, it very quickly just turns into, all right, let's actually teach you how to do this stuff, because I felt bad about just beating you up and then you never coming back to talk to me about this.
Mm-hmm.
Fine.
Actual brawl and martial arts combat training.
As long as you win, it's all that matters.
I mean, that's not hard for me to do at this point.
I guess training montage here.
Yes, and also after a while, it's just one of those. Hey, Obsidian, do you want to join it too?
I'm just staring at what's happening here.
Come on,
No?
self-improvement.
Okay.
Let's go. Come on.
How many times have they punched each other at this point?
And zoom close up on Obsidian going, how many times have they hit each other? And then smash cut to like close-ups of me and Angler just getting our shit beat each other and laughing the entire time in slow-mo.
So after
folks, anything can receive spiritual tribute in the setting. Not everything has the tools to meaningfully respond to it, but
or hear it.
There is a merit for exalts of you have a personal cult that, practices religion at you. It gives you more like mana and will recovery. You just get hyped up on worship.
I'm stretching it a little bit to allow ability to actually hear what is being said rather than just get motes. But yes, after, an hour or so of training / beating, the letter is set aside in a bowl and is ready to be ritually offered by Yang or whoever would like to do it.
I guess I'm the one who has the most ties to her. Well, as the loser of a fair sparring match, I guess that turned out to be, I offer this prayer to the... Sybil, come fucking read this letter.
Okay, roll me. How
Before the actual thing happens, can I oh boy, this is dangerous. Can I make a lore something check to see if adding perhaps some of the blood of the combatants that, not like cutting and having them
actually, go ahead and roll me.
That would help, actually. That would definitely
go ahead
work.
and roll me intelligence lore to just establish that. I'll say it's true, but yes.
I'd burn a willpower just to make it 2 successes, because why not?
Absolutely, that is going to guarantee you're not going to need a roll. Just accept a couple, like a 2 bashing damage in each of your health boxes of blood.
This is the first time I've ever been injured.
Sports.
And bleed in the bowl a little bit and burn it, and it will get to her. Just categorically.
All right.
So
I have no problem doing that.
Well,
both of you bleed some of your, busted lip or bruised blood into the bowl, and a match is thrown in, and it...
Really happy I put this in an envelope.
Yep. It immediately, very supernaturally bursts into a gold fire and vanishes.
That would be the fire dust.
Huh, that definitely works.
So, they have it. And you wait a couple of seconds to see if she's going to be zapping back into you, and a few minutes pass, and it doesn't appear that you're going to be getting a visit or anything, so they appear to have received the letter.
Hey, if my mom shows up.
I might wait out here for her in case she does.
You can... An hour or 2 passes and she's not showing up.
Yeah, okay, I didn't think so. But it was more like just letting them go back in the room.
Yeah, to bathe.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's that bit of establishment. In the meantime, would Repose be on the way back to the manse, or would Repose be waiting for the team to come back to the temple?
I think the understanding was that the team will pick up and will meet up with Repose when they pass by again, as we...
Okay.
The monastery is on the way to going back to the adventure, so it makes more sense. And this is the time that he can afford to stay at home.
Well,
yes.
So you don't feel like self-motivating to getting back to that whole war we need to prevent.
That's why I'm elbowing you all as to the plot's gonna move when you move.
I want to go ask Brother Repose something. Also, we have that whole war thing going on.
What? Oh, right.
Meanwhile, during the days of staying at home, Repose is actually taking the time to pay attention to each of the cats in the swarm.
Nice.
It has occurred to him as part of buying into survival that previously he had regarded the swarm as this nuisance that you just learn the bare minimum of effective tricks necessary to keep them distracted so you can live your life just like gods. And now he has begun to practice understanding of the mysteries of beasts. And as part of the culmination of the first wave of this, he has found the one very fussy outlier who followed the rest of the swarm into living in his house, but actually personally doesn't like Repose at all.
Mm-hmm.
And confronted it a bit, eventually reached over there and captured it, though, to, like, hassle it, give it a bit of a fight, and has wound up with, so, like, what will be probably unfolding coincidentally as the rest of the team shows up, is Repose has gotten this very fussy cat imprisoned in some tightly wrapped cloth. It's just the head poking out, snarling and wiggling and shattering, and he is presenting it to Azar.
Just shift the map back. Azar is looking at this combination gift / possible assassination attempt with amusement on her face.
Well, also, so the part of the layers here. So, folks who maybe think vaguely about how the timelines would line up here. So Chief was probably adopted at around the time that Repose exalted.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a little before. And, familiars can live an exceptionally long time just by way of, being attached to somebody important.
Mm-hmm.
But Chief is still a pretty old cat.
Chief is exceptionally cranky old man cat.
And, hey, this bundle of anger sure seems a lot like how Baby Chief was. He's been with us some time, and when the time arrives, he too will merit a successor. There is no aspect of my presence or absence that does not deepen the frustrations of this animal as he holds the wiggling thing here. And I have yet to see it lose a fight. As it is now trying to get its teeth around one of his hands, just refusing to give up.
Trying to eat his way out of the wrapping.
Azar and howling.
Takes the bundle, looks the cat in the eyes directly as a very clear, not as a attempt to calm the thing down, but as a direct, I'm challenging you. This will do. This one has the spirit. We will see if Chief accepts protege. You've done well in identifying one, and I thank you for it. The cat just bites at the air in front of Azar, who delicately, slowly lifts up a finger, curled up against the thumb, and flicks it in the nose once. The cat is so, the indignance of the cat overflows from angrily snarling into just attacking into just sulking. Just, I am too angry to process this and I am no longer moving and just making angry noises now.
Cat has shut down.
Cat.exe has encountered an error and needs to close. But at about that time, you hear the gates open in the distance as the whirlwinds come in and the crew drops by.
The whirlwinds arrive.
I mean, that's how you guys are traveling now.
I know.
The whirlwinds that sound damper than usual?
One of them sounds like an actual storm.
It's very slooshy.
And the ground around where some of them are is a bit wet.
Meanwhile, mine is exceptionally dry. Drier than most things in general.
Things get complicated if you bring them too close to each other.
Actually. Interesting. Maybe.
Brother Repose. Good to see you're well.
Quiet, thoughtful nods, bows, very slight twitch of pain. Good times.
Moat bumps his head up against Repose's shin gently. It's just kind of like, yeah, man, I'm sorry.
Shall we be off then?
Yes, we have a koi to meet and a war to prevent.
And about that much delay for it to then click in that, oh wait, 2 spells approached. I missed Milan's initiation. I was the only one who wasn't there for... Tense up with self-disappointment.
As you look over, Stalwart Daughter and Chief have begun engaging in a staring contest.
Oh no. Oh no.
I'm concerned about the outcome of the staring contest.
I want to see what happens.
I kind of want to like see what happens as well, but if we stay here long enough, we're gonna miss everything because this could go on for a while.
Does Stalwart Daughter blink?
Stalwart Daughter work?
When she wants to.
Stalwart Daughter's head very slowly begins to tilt to one side, rotating on an axis. And then keeps going and going and going. And now her head's upside down, and her neck's a corkscrew, and her head keeps twisting as Chief is trying to tilt his head to maintain eye contact, but cannot actually defy meat and bone physics, and flops over on his side. And just lies there, defeated, just like, fuck it.
Is this the horse equivalent of T-posing aggressively?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, I better stop her because she will do that for the rest of the day. Not because she's stuck, but because she wants to.
What a good horse.
The cat has realized that there is no more intimidating this horse. This horse has seen things that cannot be described. So, yeah. From there,
This horse is things that can't be described.
yes. Unless there is more business at the monastery or farewells, we can go over to the 100 Kingdoms map.
Unsheath your blade,
Swoosh.
coward.
Swoosh.
Let
And
me tell you about laudanum.
let's just actually, because now we are moving at a dedicated 100 miles an hour, just measure out the distance, and let me just...
Running at 100 miles per hour.
The background image is
Edit?
taking its time finishing loading in.
Oh no!
Yeah, it does that sometimes.
Lo-fi.
Turn your graphics, turn your texture settings up, dude. Or you're on low.
Yeah, sometimes I don't know why. It's finished resolving for me, but it sometimes forgets.
Look, we need to maintain that solid 1 FPS.
Does the cloud really
That's
move
fine.
at 100 miles an hour?
Yes.
It does. I
If
can't-
this thing gets up to full speed, you're gonna see some serious shit.
So instead of a multiple day travel, you get to the edge of the map to Koi in 2 hours. A little over 2 hours. Travel is now a solved paradigm for you people as long as you are using the clouds.
As long as we can afford 2 spells, or even just the
Yes.
1 spells.
Also want to be very loudly sorceress. So just over the course of like not even the morning into the afternoon, you are able to fly from the monastery up above the cliffs, high up, and into the Flying River province, into the village where Koi's tower is, where the sudden appearance and landing of 2 storm clouds, like, onto the ground, gets a well, not even remarkably as you think about it, considering who lives here. You get a couple of looks of just like that, and then everybody in the village just kind of goes on their way. It's
I like
more
it. I like
they
that.
weren't expecting visitors rather than a bunch of sorcerers just showed up.
Do we take Milan's cloud, by the way?
You can pick whichever cloud you find more interesting.
I would like to state that I was basically had a map out the entire time and said, okay, take a left here. And somehow the motherfucker goes up. And I had to remind Milan, like, no, left is not.
Left is this way, not... There is an x-axis, a y-axis, and a z-axis.
Give me the compass.
No.
No!
Yes, he needs the compass.
Yes.
Give him the compass.
All right, fine.
The last time we gave him the compass, it broke.
It's not that much of a curse.
It's not a curse,
It's not a
it's a
curse.
disability.
It's not a curse.
It's not a curse.
I
I'm
just-
calling.
I
God
just
damn it!
lose
You
track
stop
which
calling
way
it
is
a
north.
curse.
Unless I forget that the giant mountain at the center of all creation is there sometimes.
What the fuck do you mean you forget the sun exists?
Not the sun, the mountain.
It's basically the same thing.
The
Why are you
sun
shopping for-
You are so lucky Brother reposes in the other Dust Devil.
Why are you looking for sun at the abyss?
Significa troppo boio.
I'm opening up YouTube.
Yeah, no, I can't blame any of you. And
Just put
so,
down
yeah.
the sign.
Yeah, well, I'm imagining we're having this argument like as we're getting close, and then we should land outside the village. Nope, we're in the village. All right, fine, whatever. She's gonna be happy to see us, I'm sure. We should take like 15 minutes to let her, pretend to get ready for us, so that we can then arrive, so she has enough of an excuse that she wasn't waiting for us for the past fortnight.
I'm going to the market to buy food.
Probably a good idea.
All right, so this is the first time anybody but Angler has been to this village. So what would you all be doing to like explore, poke around, things like that?
Surprise inspection of local morgue. Let's bring that classic back.
All incredibly in order, just immaculately, perfectly in order, and in extreme zero zombie tolerance religious rites. There is a sorcerer here. The sorcerer knows exactly how dangerous the dead are when you do not treat them.
Good practices.
Yeah, you are actually Repose is genuinely impressed with the level of detail and respect in the local funerary practices.
Anglers can find a local tea house.
So, what did Angler say?
Tea house. That's in view of said tower, so that she can, observe at least. Oh, it's that idiot. Okay.
Okay, so Angler would just be going to the tea house. At which point, there is a couple of questions directed your way of what brings you out here? Of just kind of we don't poke at sorcerers, but when there's two of them at once coming in, something happens, and we probably should know.
Oh, we just want to talk to her. But we're giving her a little bit of time to get ready because we dropped in unannounced, and that's rude.
When you say that, they have a look on their face that's just like, oh boy. But, leave you to your business. Milan goes through the markets, and it's a medium to medium-sized, village market. Pulls in from all the agricultural areas. This is a very fertile river valley that she terraformed into existence with sorcery, so there is an absolute abundance of food.
Is there anyone selling lumber?
Not really. There's a little bit, but
nothing big.
There is a titanic pile of wood in the center of town that you were allowed to look at but not use.
The very serene and peaceful pile of wood which celebrates the abundance of trees.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, there is enough lumber for a minor project or something, but this tan area is actually clear cutting. This is deliberate clear cutting against the swamp, so lumber is a fair ways out for people to bring back in. It's not a major trade for this area.
I'm gonna try and find just a piece of wood with bark still on it, about the size of my head.
Okay, I'm gonna have to roll.
Yeah,
oddly specific.
That's going to be a roll to find something that's
not like the 3-dimensional size of my head, but height wise.
Yeah. Roll me. I guess that would be perception bureaucracy to sort through the markets and find anything close to that.
Perception bureaucracy can do. Good lumber.
Yeah, okay, you find
good wood.
Whatever you're looking for, whatever exact details you need, you find something that is good enough.
Good, this'll work. And then I go to look for Brother Repose. Probably at the morgue.
Repose is sooner than expected returning from morgue because there was nothing to correct. Nothing to chastise. That's weird.
Moat is on Repose's shoulder, looking actually fairly bewildered for a cat.
Brother Repose, do you have a sec?
I am always at service of the world and most especially of my brothers. Sliding up with suppressed eagerness to, hey, I missed the thing. I'll get into this thing. What about this other thing?
I need your assistance with an art project.
It proposes eyes immediately light up.
barely repressed glee.
Oh, crafting.
I need to make a face
Hands
mask.
rubbing together with the sound of steel scraping and sharpening. Go
I need
on.
to make a face mask in my likeness, and I need it to be as accurate as possible.
Why?
Are you?
Oh.
Oh,
no.
Yeah. Get the weird charm. Do it.
Oh, you clever thing. You got live wood to make the mask out of rather than rely on the. That's good. That's really good, actually.
Do you also have a mask?
There's a
Oh, I
sorcery
like
spell
this.
that requires a wooden face mask.
Mask brothers.
I'm going to say that this is going to be a major project to get it as exactly as necessary for the sorcery to work when it's in a
that
weird
would be
condition.
what
Well,
this
actually,
is
it's-
about, just reaching over and deftly seizing entire log, balancing it carefully, finding its centers just intuitively, giving
When
it a
I
bit of a
say
spin.
it needs to look like me, it needs to look like me from 3 years ago. There is, on a tree back home, a carving of my face in our family's garden. I need a pair of it to contact my grandmother.
That is absolutely going to be a major project to make it look like you from 3 years ago.
Well, as a starting point, then, and lead you off on your way here. First of all, we'll have to. All right, so step one here to make this easier than needing to constantly go back and take measurements directly from Milan's face. Let's just go ahead and build a clay mask because that's relatively straightforward to do. Just gotta get that mud on there while you're in a good, well-disciplined, neutral position, and then roast it directly on your flesh. And then pop it right off there.
All right.
We have a project for the day.
So, yeah, this is going to be your initial step of the project. Oh,
Hell yeah.
Sorry.
Strange feedback hoot.
No, that's just the roasting process.
I thought it was you.
Leviathan was giving his whale honk of approval for this idea. Anyway,
Stay safe, Leviathan.
as this process is going on, two things happened at about this. Well, first of all, I want to double check. Obsidian, is there anything in particular you would want to do? Old man, I'm guessing no, but I want.
I am at the tea house with my brother.
And old man.
He's not around.
All right. So about two things happened at about the same time. One, as the mask is being crafted and fitted to the face, and the heat is about to be applied, the door to Koi's tower opens up as she sees this process across the way. And at the same time, you're looking at the tea house to see this yourself, and also Koi looking at this. A couple of expressions flashing across the face, going from what to what the fuck? Oh! Just confusion to alarm to understanding in a couple of seconds. Am I interrupting something? She says to the two of them. Not you, boy.
Actually,
No.
you might want
Obsidian points at itself.
Now, a decision point that perhaps I should have been more vigilant as to bring up earlier.
Mhm.
I can either perform this act directly, but Repose is not engaging with Koi, yet he's focused on the work at hand. I could perform this directly with the heat of my own flame if you are willing to remain in exactly this position for at least 4 hours. If you were instead willing to place your head in an existing kiln, I could more carefully control the temperature and have the process completed in a more brisk procedure.
Koi is just now turning her head towards Angler and Obsidian. They're with you, I hope.
Milan's body goes completely rigid.
All right, so we're doing this the slow way.
This is actually one of the many reasons I wanted to come talk to you.
I figured that somebody talking about sticking their head in the kiln would be with you. And after with the sorcerer's tornadoes came in.
Ha nice. Got him.
That is actually one of the things right there is my friend here, pointing at the person with the mask on, might want to ask you for some advice on things, or at least absorb knowledge from you as you are, you know, really good at this.
Ask again in 4 hours. As Repose like quickly strikes his hands together, there's like a crackling of sparks, and then his skin is like rising up to red heat as he prepares to get everything aligned here to roast.
I know an
This
earth
code
aspect
directly.
I ain't interrupting when I see one. Go on.
Is there a place inside
This is
that
a
they
2
can
dice
fit-
stunt on your craft roll.
Alright. So yeah, treating this as just a...
Yeah, good.
Yes.
Yes.
Very. It is your end of the process is perfect. It is absolutely without flaw. Vinif Milan, please roll me stamina integrity to not freak out as your face is being slowly cooked.
All right, stamina integrity. Here we go.
Remember what it was like to not fall
All right.
asleep for a week.
So supporting information here
mental
to help
than
prepare you for this.
physical.
Well, so remember, the goal here is to put heat into the clay to transform the clay. And as long as the heat is doing that, it is not proceeding into you. Just be sure to maintain the distinction between yourself and the mask. Also, you are elementally cold. Just do some kind
Yeah.
of barrier. You know how to barrier,
conditioning,
right?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay, air conditioning yourself is a 1 die stunt.
yeah, I can do that.
Just be cold.
And I will also let you switch over to resistance rather than integrity, because now you are more calm about it. This is now a matter of I have to keep this still on my face for 4 hours.
With a willpower, that is 3 successes.
Yeah, you manage it. It is uncomfortable to say the least, but you're managing it.
Once again, Repose has like barber energy as he small talks through how to set fire to a man's head in a controlled manner.
This
Wait a
is
minute.
definitely getting a lot of looks from the locals. They are treating this as like the new local sideshow of just like, what is this? Is this a performance art?
As you are carrying on these conversations, you will notice Milan is only his wrist moves and seems to be carrying on with you, just like making hand gestures.
A very expressive gesticulations in response, yes.
Not too expressive. I don't want to move myself and risk ruining everything.
It's fine. You don't expect the client to respond while you're doing this. You don't want them to get, scalding earth down their throat as you proceed through the process.
So Koi just kind of taps her walking stick on the ground as she leans on it. All right, the lot of you can come on inside. And she looks up. That counts you too, Lee. I know you're here.
Little
Who?
goldfish, I have no interest in going in there.
I've got some words that you may be interested in, but that's your loss if you don't come in and hear them then.
You know I don't. Nothing anyone says interests me.
And yeah, except the sound of your own voice. She turns in and walks back into the tower.
Hardly. If I could deafen myself, that'd be one step closer, I'm sure.
Obsidian has a dumb grin on his face, just looking back and forth between the two of them.
Angler turns to Obsidian at this point. I think he actually wants to hear about it, but he's just being coy.
The grin gets bigger, and he's just nodding his head now.
Roll me dexterity dodge. Angler.
Hey, dexterity dodge? Hold on.
No, right, no, dodge is not its own skill.
Dodge!
Yeah, dodge is an ability.
Outside of combat situations, there
Dex dodge.
are reasons you can call for defensive stats to be rolled.
I'm going to use a couple excellencies on that real quick. Just to boost that up. It's worth it.
You very easily sidestep a large kettle being thrown out of the house in your direction.
Actually, you know what? Can I catch the kettle?
Yes, with a roll like that, you could just catch it in your hands.
I will catch the kettle and politely put it down on the table in the tea shop, and then thank them for their service and head on inside.
What about Milan's facial hair? What do you think is conducting the heat away from his face?
It's radiators. Yeah, the mustache is coming out the bottom of the mask and is just kind of very lightly glowing red as a radiation.
They're covered in wax for a reason.
All right, so everybody heads inside, aside from Old Man, I'm assuming.
Who is still listening, for what it's worth.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify.
We'll go rustle up. Where did Yang go?
Where has Yang been? Oh God, Sana, where is Yang been? Oh, Sana's muted. He might have stepped away. We'll assume for now that Yang is following.
Yang.
We'll assume for now Yang is following, unless Sana establishes he's been a gremlin in the meantime.
Yeah, but which Yang are we looking for? Oh, never mind. We'll deal with that later. If he's here, great, but whatever.
So yeah, you head on inside, and again, to establish, the first floor is a very kind of eclectic pile up of both living space and like more guest greeting space than living space. There's like a little kitchenette, there's a table, there's some low-lying, very comfortable looking seats, there's a nice rug, there's all sorts of weird, maybe artifacts, maybe just weird stuff along the walls. Angler sees the giant mirror that he used as he contacted his family is still there, covered in a curtain. She kind of takes a heavy thunk down as she lets go on, leaning on her cane into the softest, plushest chair in the back of the room. Suppose you all have a good reason of coming to talk to me, and I'm assuming that has to do with the good news I heard from up northeast.
Oh, who happened to give you that news?
So just somebody running by who said, hey, if I had anything to do with the Silver Dome disappearing.
Oh, I was hoping it might be a person who, and I don't mean to be rude about this, called you that bitch who wanted to help out.
I see you met Bismuth then.
Yeah, he's nice.
I'm surprised you all have your limbs in the right places. You must have been either alarmingly polite or alarmingly helpful.
A little bit of both.
Probably more the former than the latter.
Yeah, he's surprised he came out of the forest to talk to you at all, honestly, but... No, he didn't send me a word about that. He just kind of trusted I'd figure it out eventually, and I did. Enough people come up this road every once in a while that I just get news, and it had become enough of a fixture among the traders that I'd heard about it by now, but... She kind of leans back. So what the hell exactly did you do to do better than he could?
Well, that's a long... hold on, I'm being rude. And then Angler would introduce all of his companions that are there, because she might not actually have met them face to face. I don't know your backstory.
Unless you waited 4 hours for the roast to complete, then two of us aren't there.
Or you could come inside and listen.
Just slowly shuffle him inside.
Do you think Milan is willing to walk away from the initial roasting position?
You think Riposte wants to be distracted with the conversation when there's art to do?
Both are valid points. I was more willing to see if you were like in the conversation.
No, we're not here yet.
Okay.
I would extend my hand and say, we haven't met personally, but hi, Obsidian.
Ah, I liked your letter quite a bit. She shakes your hand with a surprisingly firm grip. And I take it that one outside is Pose, I believe his name? The one who sent me the lovely poem.
Yes, the one with the one that's currently putting the mask on the other person would be Repose, yes.
Mm-hmm. He seemed the type. Very fixated. Art.
Art is art to him. Did you notice his lovely tattoos?
Yes, I did, and I also know enough not to ask too many questions unless he volunteers about that.
Fantastic.
She kind of taps her cane on the ground. So, as asked, what exactly was going on over there that Bismuth couldn't handle himself? Because he certainly didn't tell me.
Well, it's not necessarily my story to tell, but since someone, and he looks outside up where Old Man is being themselves, I suppose I'll start.
Oh, a catty old bitch who doesn't want to talk to somebody who's willing to call him out on his philosophy's weak points?
Yes, okay, I'll go with that one.
She's just smiling ear to ear at this point.
Yes. Yes, let's go with that. But, what basically happened was... elves got loose in a way that we weren't hoping for, and they were kind of guided there by... Wait, hold on. Out of character stuff. Have we talked to her about Ruby Hand?
She knows of him.
Yes. By a mutual enemy of ours, the ruby-handed
Asshole.
I figured he had something to do with it, but go on.
We found the village encased in a dome, and we went inside after protecting ourselves in various ways and managed to find the source of the infestation, and we took care of it. Unfortunately, all the people inside are very dead, but...
If they hadn't been dead, I would be more worried, frankly.
Well, yes, that's what I wanted to make sure, that there's... I don't believe there are loose ends involved in that situation, but it has been taken care of. However, it still worries me that these tests or bubbles of evil seem to be popping up more and more in this area. Enough that I brought my entire group over to see you, because at this point, if things are getting this dangerous, we need as many allies as we can get, or at least people willing to listen to us. And you're on the top of my list.
Well, I'm very flattered that I'm at the top of somebody's list these days. At least a list that I'm happy being on. She leans forward on her cane. Now, thinking about it, you are right that there has been a lot more malevolent activity, I feel, late around here. And I've been keeping an ear to the ground to hear the rumblings, and... I'm not sure what to make of what I've heard. I'm not an information broker. I rarely really stick my neck outside of these valleys, if I have anything to say with it, but... interesting times usually knock on your door and don't let you ignore it. Down below, the valley down below, the Fallen River Valley, their republic seems to be up in arms about something. I should pick my words more carefully. Not up in arms, antsy. Kind of squirrely about something. They're arguing about something or another in their backdoor politics. Probably, if I had to guess, some military alliance offer, or some bribe, or some threat to stay out of things. I don't know. They've just been shutting doors a lot more quietly lately and very intent on making sure everybody knows exactly how fine things are and exactly how peaceful the nation is and exactly how extremely not worried you should be. She just gestures. You know the sort of talk.
Yeah, all too well. So they're becoming more and more like the island, making things look great, but on the inside, they're
panicking or rotting. And I can't tell what yet.
This is a little off to the side, but you mentioned ants. Have you heard anything about perhaps some sort of a pest problem to the north of the Fallen River Valley?
Bandits? That's what I hear. Bandits that keep evading the patrols.
All right, we heard rumors of that from a couple people we met on the road, but we just wanted to make sure that it wasn't just hearsay.
Yeah, it's surprisingly tenacious little bastards from what I hear. Just disappear out into the night when they get busted.
Good to keep in mind. Anyway, any idea who the war might be? Because we've been hearing a bit here and there, but you probably have connections we don't.
Frankly, that was what I was going to ask you about, because I don't really have connections all the way on the east side of this place, because, again, she gestures around. I don't fucking care what happens out there unless it happens to me.
Angler's going to look over to Obsidian, because he's seen enough of him playing various mahjong, or some of the times that he's kicked in, that he's willing to let Obsidian take the lead on this part.
So. One moment.
I threw you under the bus. I'm sorry, but this would be more your repertoire.
I'm looking at the map real quick. Yeah, they are. There's Fallen River. Staring at the map. War roll. Is that wits or no?
That would probably be Wit's War to puzzle out what exactly how they would be involved with what you know with the tensions in the region.
Time to check if the war excellency is for general war rolls or specifically for
I
things.
would imagine it is any time you roll.
Yeah, excellencies are just kind of always there.
Yeah,
Nope, only
give me a
in
moment.
actual combat. Just
Let me
kidding.
check my stat. Okay. Let me prepare this roll for you.
Re-roll 6s until they cease to appear is the extra bit.
Well, also add
Or
one die
excellency.
for each mode.
Yeah.
So that's a 1/6.
Okay.
That's 5 successes.
From sheer proximity, it's unlikely that there's an actual offer of overt military aid. What's likely going on is one side or the other is putting the squeeze on them for supplies or diplomatic assistance. Because, after all, like, thinking militarily, to have an actual military support come from the Fallen River Valley, they'd have to go all the way up through the wastelands, the good land, then up either through the geysers or over to the Jade Orchid directly on the road. And if they're the people who are not involved, then that would be slamming into them hostilely, or giving assistance via supplies directly. If the Empire of the Bronze Axe is talking to them, that would require cutting through bad territory, and or slamming into the Jade Orchid Prefecture hostile style. So what is most likely going on, you think, is Jade Orchid is trying to cut some sort of support deal out of the Fallen River Valley as a bulwark against them, or is trying to use some sort of underhanded favor to start, like, leaning the rest of the regional power against the Bronze Axe, even if it's not fully military.
I would just turn to the party and, relay that. But in my own words, there's no advantage to Bronze Axe having... The Fallen River Valley can't help the Bronze Axe in any way. There's the land in between the Fallen River Valley and the Jade Orchid is awful. Well, it's good. It's hard to get across.
It's good, peaceful land that abhors war.
Yes.
Good, peaceful land that is not farmed, and thus there's no way for you
March
to scavenge.
Well, I'm going to say Koi raises an eyebrow at that interruption until Repose interrupts from outside, having heard that.
It's good land!
It's good land!
Repose is hearing
good
everything
land
from
that
outside.
You would never march an army across because you would be killing half your army.
God, no, they would have attrition so quickly.
Yes. It's probably the Jade Orchid trying to leverage them to be like, hey, Empire, the entire area is against you, more than actually having backup.
And my question would be, why are they so hesitant to side with the Jade Orchid, aside from the fact that the Jade Orchid is run by a... Well... If you don't say anything nice, etc., etc.
Oh no, please say the bad stuff. We appreciate it.
Doesn't stop you from speaking about me.
Yeah, well, I don't let many things stop me about that when I have that on my... She just kind of shakes her head. She was actually not expecting Old Man to cut back in. She was expecting him to keep sulking.
Oh, he does that.
I mean,
So-
he'll sulk, but he'll sulk with a cut back if he gets the chance.
She thinks,
Drug-addled, imperial mongering, Scarlet Empress wannabe.
Drug-addled.
Oh yes, that's no small secret. That's not. I mean, that's no secret. He's House Sinis. What did you expect?
Well, fair. It's more that we might have some way to be able to deal with that later. And I kind of think for a couple seconds, but later. The only thing I can think of, the simplest way for why the Fallen River Valley doesn't want to get involved is, if they don't like either of them, why not let both your enemies fight each other and then sweep up the area afterwards, as they're both weak?
And the harmonious steward of the valley is exactly the cold-blooded bastard who would want to do that.
Alternatively, and this is an aspect of this I think we're not looking at, what if they were contacted?
I'm sorry, what?
What if they themselves were also contacted by our friend and were asked not to get involved so that the war would be as bloody as possible?
Why wouldn't he want as many people involved if
If one side is more powerful than the other, then it is a rollover of one side as opposed to both sides getting very heavy cast. You're going to get more deaths out of an equal battle than a rout.
That's depending on which side's doing the routing. If the Empire of the Bronze Axe is on the edge that has the advantage, they're going to kill everyone in their path. But that is a good point. I wouldn't put it past the steward to do something underhanded.
At this point, it may just be exactly as you said, of, hey, they're waiting for everything to go bad and then to move in. But I wouldn't be surprised if somebody had put that thought in their head at this point. Ask me a couple months ago, and I would have said, just agreed with you flat out. Ask me now, and we have seen him interact with enough of the area.
He's proven to be enough of a meddler that we can't rule him out in any given diplomatic situation.
Is there anyone in the Fallen River Valley we could talk to be able to get a better idea of what they have going on?
Give me a moment to actually go to that section of my notes.
So,
Sorry.
tangent to the conversation that I can bring up while we're
Go
doing
ahead.
that. So, just a thought that occurs to Repose. Well, all right, and so, like, there was briefly a bit of a crowd of onlookers as this novelty emerged, and then the reality sets in of this is watching clay dry. So, the crowd has just as quickly dispersed.
What leaves, yes.
So, after enough time has passed in the process for privacy to be restored, Repose is... And of course, once it's good and hot, it takes less effort to maintain that heat versus getting it up to temperature. Repose will actually, get in close and speak for a while with Milan. Of course, Milan doesn't need to reply while we're in the middle of the process, but I'd just like to know that you would be thinking of these things.
Mm-hmm.
So it is universal truth of religious practice that large temples prize their autonomy from mortal states. And small temples aspire to become large so that they may seize such autonomy for themselves. You may already follow my reasoning from this, that the existence of Jade Peacock's pet monk is not something well liked by other practitioners of any faith. To know that one of the cloth, even of a sect despised by your own personal leanings, Repose wouldn't go so far as to say despised.
Mm-hmm.
Even by sects which lean against your own particulars, is a thing of some innate offense. If such a wayward son were to be found to be consorting with ruinous powers, well, that would just be a terrible thing. That would be committing the one universal, unforgivable act. making the rest of us look bad.
Milan's gonna make some hand signals back, not knowing if Brother Repose actually knows sign language or not.
You can probably make yourself understood by just being real good at gesturing.
You get the sense of inaudible, deep chuckling of ho ho.
This is a reminder that Repose would also be aware of. There is a outpost Immaculate Temple within the boundaries of the Fallen River.
There is an immaculate presence in the Fallen River Valley, and if they were to learn that
these guys,
that one of their colors were that a scion of the realm had led one of their own astray, that would merit some condemnation.
The actual signs he gives is how awkward for them.
Yep.
Terrible, unspeakable news.
But Koi is just nodding along. At this point, this conversation between the Repose and Milan is quiet enough she cannot hear that.
One of the sides is completely mute.
Yeah. At this point, I don't really know. We can't rule much out, but there is some deeper animosity. If I had to suggest anything to talk to, I'd give you 3 contacts, depending on who you want to really dig in with. First would be to try to find some low-level bureaucrat that's easily bribed, because that place is lousy with them. Anybody on the bottom rung of the bureaucracy of the Fallen River Valley Republic is bribable as anything. Another would be trying to talk to somebody on the outskirts, like in the short end, the tailor. It's where most of their cloth and manufacturing comes from. They keep it away from the city. The other would be, if you are willing to stomach them, going to the Immaculate Temple and seeing what they think about the matter.
I have not been to an Immaculate Temple in a very long time.
You don't seem the sort, no. And she says this not with disapproval on her face.
And of course, as you or the good Master Angler are upright gentlemen of the center, resplendent in the honors of your houses, it would be remiss of you to not report some barest, least scrap of evidence that you suspected misdeeds were about in the region. Repose is going to do a lot of... Repose is going to be speaking about dancing around the issue, but the idea to slide across in however many words it takes, since we're out here for 4 hours.
Moat is actually just purring quite happily at this kind of gleeful insinuations.
Naturally, we don't just give them the letter because that raises too many questions, but you and, the other, spying, roguish members of the team could fabricate some minimum viable proof of villainy and then give that to the Immaculates. And
does anybody have linguistics
get them to send a death squad.
Hey, wait a minute. I have a...
Beneath have max linguistics.
I only have 3 linguistics.
Wait, gang. This is out of character.
3 of the skill, none of the charms yet.
Can I use Forced Illo Masks to impersonate anyone?
No.
Damn it.
It has to be a chosen identity when you purchase it.
Never mind. I was wondering if we could frame him.
Is that
although
your command?
He claimed to be... we would need to
get
get dirt on the monk anyway, if you were trying to feasibly claim to be working under their orders or something. But yeah, schemes.
Would Yang be in the conversation with Koi in the tower at this point, or wandering around town? Because everybody was invited in. Old Man is listening. Repose and Milan have been doing the mask thing.
I guess I do have, just a while, because I've just been assuming I've been quietly camping there. Can I just not be present currently, just getting up to some stupid shit?
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of what we expected you were doing.
So I was saying is that when you were muted...
The default assumption if Yang is not in someone's grip is that he has vanished to do mischief.
Yes, much like Moat.
I mean, there's probably no crime in this town, so Yakuman's not going to show up.
Mm-hmm.
But
unless we fill this town with crime. Come on, let's go do some crimes.
Either I am going to start either I'm gonna turn to Yakuman and I'm gonna start doing public service, just like helping carpet and shit, or just like herding cats or whatever, or I'm gonna start gathering evidence or hearsay. I don't know what I could possibly learn though.
Well, showing up as Yakuman to, again, have more of the region understand Yakuman exists and is a generally benevolent figure.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start doing random good deeds.
It is a way of reinforcing your mask, because the upgrade of your mask actually requires you to do things to reinforce your identity until it becomes a supernatural bulwark.
I'm gonna go help an old cat cross the street.
Yeah, Yakuman in the background of this scene has been wandering around doing Boy Scout good deeds.
I just like doing an adventure side quest of like, hey, Yakuman, could you turn my letter over here to the baker?
Everyone else is doing the main quest, and Yakuman is just speedrunning all the side quest bubbles in the town.
Yakuman, I need 3 bear asses for my child's party.
Yakuman, I need you to help me with my slot car races.
What? Sure, all right.
Yakuman, I need you to rank up 45 times in Mahjong.
Well, that's gonna take a while, but I guess I can do that.
Yakuman, do you know anything about shogi?
No, I can pretend
No
I
one
know
knows
things
anything
about
about
Shogi.
Shogi.
Yakuman, I need you to go use the rally emote on that one NPC over there.
Who the fuck remembers the rally emote?
God damn it.
Go ahead and throw an inch lore temple politics behind the musing on the subject. Hey, there's the dice liking an idea. Tell me things about the abbot of whatever establishment is over in Fallen River.
It's all at the crossroad. The abbot here is the sort of stick in the ass abbot you send out into the sticks to try and not directly kick over a non-realm province and enforce the religion, but very loudly and piously proclaim the religion until everyone else just gets tired of arguing. It's the sort of person who is a combination of excellent at his job and get him away from me, I can't stand this idiot. Like, not idiots. Incredibly forceful, incredibly ambitious, go do something somewhere else so I don't have to deal with you.
Alright, so can I, like, nest inside of that, knowing some particular, since this is using my specialty in temple politics, some particular sin that he is just especially hung up on and spiteful about? Don't necessarily have to decide on one right now, but we have this idea of, yes, this is the thing that he will think less about.
Do you want to dictate one? Would you like to pick one yourself?
I also don't have an idea for it right now, so we can just
I just wanted to see if that was...
Just bank that concept for the stunt of when we're developing the evidence.
And
yes, okay, I will think of the thing that he hates the most, and I will get back to you on that, possibly during the session, possibly later. Okay.
And for my part, I'm thinking about what documents or what forms or anything could I fabricate that would implicate the Immaculate of Jade Orchid.
With bureaucracy, 1 dice stunt.
Yep. Say wits or intelligence?
Wits.
Wits, okay.
This is like being quick on your feet, thinking of shenanigans.
Fuck, am I the forger in this group? I'm the forger in this group. Fuck.
And to add on to that, let's see, what does this get me? Automatic success. 2 automatic successes, reroll 6s.
Good job.
Evidence!
All right. Your education has once just roaring back into your mind of all the
I can think of so many documents that if we're just conveniently bound.
You know how in a coding course or anything to do with technology, or like especially networking, they will tell you up front, okay, here's the first thing you can do. Note how this is also how you do every crime you can do with this. Don't do that. That is the sort of thing that is coming to your mind immediately of just every possible thing through your education at the Spiral Academy of you can do this, please don't.
That is the thing that every freshman in the Spiral Academy has done at least 3 times in their education.
Yes. That is the things that you cheat on because you always cheat on them. Or because, like, it's just right there. You could just do it. But a couple of examples would be looking at any sort of military paperwork that they have, and because he is so wonderfully for you, you can almost guarantee that his internal bureaucracy and paperwork is going to be modeled on the deliberatives paperwork, which means that it is going to have all the same strengths and weaknesses that you're familiar with, which means that there are absolutely things that you could mess with, like, let's say, military requisition papers that are very obviously tweaked to hide some sort of influx of material and aid from some source that you don't want people to know about. And that would be a very strange thing to forge when you're in the middle of nowhere and have no one around, or things like that, to, like, audit you, unless you are extremely afraid of people finding something out. Or other things like that, like supply lists or
shipping manifests that contain things that look ordinary in most circumstances, but are very heretical in the right situation.
Why are you importing so much, like, quicklime? Why do you need this much dead body disposal material?
I have done nothing but import acid for the last 48 hours.
Yeah. And yeah, like, this is the kind of person you expect just stole a couple of crates of leftover paperwork from the realm when he left.
Just, man, exorcists sure have the list of precursors to necromantic or demonic rituals memorized and ready to break out at any time.
It's the sort of thing where if you buy certain number, for my own ass, I'm saying certain things at the grocery store, when you buy them together, immediately set off an alarm when individually they'd be fine. But when you go to the pharmacy and ask for a specific set of things all at once, you're immediately getting a visit from an FBI agent. That kind of thing. Forging that kind of shipping manifest. And lucky for you, you know multiple people who'd be able to tell you exactly what would be the most scary things to show on a shipping list like that.
And I just happen to have the right forms on hand.
Mm-hmm.
And the right friend who can write them up.
Yes.
All right, so yeah, that is that side discussion going on in the meantime. Back to Koi. There was a brief lull in the conversation. Would Obsidian or Angler have other questions? Because again, you're all meeting her.
Again, well, she gave me the different ideas. Is there anyone in the Fallen River Valley that you would consider to be...
Given, not to interrupt, but given the sheer magnitude of that role, I'd like to propose some additional... just the sheer magnitude of that epiphany kind of aligns all of Milan's essence properly to one, contribute to things, two, the like cold shock from that actually pops the mask in progress off, just cleanly, perfectly disconnects it, and it can finish roasting off of his face.
And essence-wise, it is so perfectly aligned with Milan's mentality in school, and hey, what's the image of him you're trying to imitate? That age. It actually shifts the inside of the mask to fit him when he was a younger person from the sheer essence shock.
You were thinking about school, and you put school energy back into this.
As it pops off, Milan has the biggest shit-eating grin you've ever seen him have.
Diabolical mustache-twirling smile.
No, we've made rude Milan.
Yeah, so we'll get that wrapped up in the mineral cloth to continue baking. And
I still have manipulation of 1.
But you're rude now.
I'm rude.
Koi looks up as Repose and Milan enter. Oh, welcome. Come on inside.
Right. Do the proper thing. Bow to the sorcery master until I'm permitted to enter.
The fuck are you doing? Just get in here. I'm not... Oh, was this something he told you?
Yes.
Just get in here.
Get in.
I don't even know if it is or
down.
not. I'm just assuming at this point.
All this ceremony for somebody who's so intent on getting rid of ceremony. She just smiles and gestures to a seat for the two of you.
I take the seat.
So, I believe we were partially introduced by extension, Master Absolute Repose, and I don't believe I actually caught your name?
I am Milan.
Milan, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Yaku Man runs by the doorway in the background of this shot, chasing a goat.
I'm taking it he's with you too.
What?
As you turn to look, you see that.
You're the last one I need. Come back here, goddammit.
Oh.
Go in.
He comes and goes.
He seems the sort. Anyway, she turns back to the two of them. It's a pleasure to meet you all in person. I need to most again express my gratitude and honestly my impressment at your compositional skills of your poem, Master Repose.
One, like, Repose will, like, start to raise his hand up to, like, cut her off, and then, the heat rolling back out of the cloth gets him to put it back down briefly. Instead, just the intruding nod. Please, by no measure am I yet a master.
Well, you have enough potential. You'll get there someday. Honestly, I value potential more than mastery. Or, well, potential in use. Potential being refined. The end point is different for everyone. But she kind of taps back on her cane and thinks again. Now then. She looks at Milan, her eyes focusing a bit more. I take it you're Lee's apprentice, then.
That would be an accurate summation.
How in the hell did you learn anything from him?
Well, Milan is deliberately quiet for a moment, and this gives... He is knowledgeable.
Oh, he's knowledgeable, but it's easier to get information out of a rock than in him. And I can tell you, I've talked to more rocks that are more talkable than him.
Much can be learned from geography.
From rock.
Geology.
Oh god, he's rubbing off on Milan.
You are correct. She smiles, and you do remember briefly she's like, her thing is terraforming, so you immediately have, yeah. Yeah, that's well done, well put.
Now, I have come here today with a request, a boon, if you might.
Oh, really?
As you know, I am Lee's apprentice and freshly initiated sorcerer.
Mm-hmm.
I must say that while I have, before meeting, did I call him Lee? No, I don't call him Lee. I call him Sifu. That's out of character.
Yeah, I was gonna question on that, but yeah, you would say probably Sifu reflexively.
Yes, Sifu. I have initially been a former student of the heptagram, but
her eyebrow raises.
As you can... One second.
Now, she does interrupt you for a moment. I'm going to cut in for a second here. I was under the impression that the only former students of heptagrams that didn't actually succeed were the ones that they buried at the bottom of that tower.
Well, when you have a powerful name, exceptions can be made.
I see.
And when you have a powerful name, sabotage can be performed, as Isto sadly figured out.
So you didn't fail because you fucked up, you failed because somebody else didn't let you win.
Yes.
Ain't that just the way of sorcery sometimes?
It would be...
She reaches out for a... She actually kind of gestures behind her, and a kettle, like, flies into her hand telekinetically as she pours out a cup of tea before gesturing to the rest of you if you want some of it yourself.
I will accept a cup of tea.
She pours out any for any who would accept.
Now, as I have experience at the heptagram, but no success there, and my studies with Sifu, My repertoire of sorcery and spells is limited.
You're asking for a second teacher.
He just told me to figure it out.
In earshot of the... Hey! Your student wants me to poach him! Is that enough to get you inside?
All right. As he just like puts full Geta like
Has a
into the
very
window first.
satisfied smile on her face now.
Yeah, full Geta like going in first, like full length too, and then has to kind of like awkwardly scrape it along the ground a little bit to make it so that he can kind of like sidle his way in purely sideways into the through a window. It's really, really awkward because you know that the length involved is weird. Anyway,
She doesn't bat an eye at it, but
As the old man's coming in the window, Angler's gonna look over at Vanif and just kind of give the look of like, you sure about this?
Vanif gives back that familiar shit-eating grin.
All right. It's very slight eye roll, and then it's like, all right, I'm gonna play along with this then.
old man like he swaddles his head for a second, like you know his own, and then kind of turns to. I wasn't around for some of this. 'Cause I had to use the restroom.
it was
Has
mostly
it been mentioned that Oak is dead yet?
No, they actually
Yeah.
deliberately respected your privacy on all of that.
Yeah. Well,
Everything to do with Old Man and Oak was not mentioned.
Nothing about what
Yeah.
happened in the zone has been volunteered. Beyond, we fixed
Yeah.
it.
old man will just mention offhandedly. He's the first apprentice I've had since for 40 years. And unfortunately, the last apprentice I had just passed away a few weeks ago.
She stares at Old Man, her very kind of jovial expression hardening for a moment.
Oak has passed. We have kind of
He was the fault.
shifted-
He was at fault then.
Yes. It was, me and he have, swapped places, I guess you'd say, at this point. Mere hours after, well, time is a little bit meaningless in this, what was a bit meaningless there, but you understand what I mean. Mere, let's say, an amount of time after he realized I was, in fact, still extant and alive, to both of our chagrins, he passed soon after that.
All of this could have been avoided if you just fucking talked to the boy.
And if I had talked to him, I would have been denying my own destiny. Denying his destiny as well if he had listened to me.
His destiny to die in the middle of the wild?
His destiny did not... It didn't need to end with him dying in the middle of the wild. He made a mistake. He made a great mistake.
And whose fault is that?
You know that for us, the only fault that can be made is one of our own.
Still a solipsist. She turns back to Milan.
I just wanted to learn a spell that Sifu didn't know.
No, I understand why you want to learn magic from anyone else, because certainly he's not volunteering any, and any of his teachings is going to come with a side effect of trying to teach you that the only thing that matters in the universe is yourself. She very, like knocks back the tea as if it was a liquor for a moment, just in sheer irritation.
And what has come of me believing in that philosophy? What harm have I caused? Truly.
Milan has the look of, oops, I said something and now mommy and daddy are fighting.
What harm have you... Well, what harm have you caused by not acting?
I would say that I've caused less harm by not acting than what I could have if I had.
How do you know that?
And how do you know that and how do you know I've caused more by not?
Because the second you got off that goddamn mountain and did anything with anyone else, you started solving problems again rather than letting them fester. You sat on a mountain for 40 years, doing nothing, and expecting enlightenment to come to you as you focus on yourself, believing that you can transcend the world and the world beneath you by living in the world and doing nothing.
I just wanted to call my gran. I'll stay quiet.
She literally does
Moses.
not hear no longer.
Carefully wrapping the mask in the mineral cloth as it has now gotten all the heat it needs, and sets it aside in actually the same box of sand that was used to store the crab while we were transporting the crab. Bury it in the sand and let it take its time.
Has it not occurred to you that the only process you have made in sorcery in the past 50 years was when you were helping people? When you were teaching people? When you were with people?
And old man Will crosses his arms here and thinks about this. The question I have to have for you then is: was it better that I've learned any more, made any progress in my sorcery? Is that truly a good thing?
We know your end goal. I don't know if they do. I don't know if you've been open about that, and I'm going to respect you in that if nothing else. But
now you're going to respect my secrets.
He wants to achieve transcendence and enlightenment.
Okay, fine. So he was supposed to have that dragged out of him. But
Well, it was not my decision. Oak showed it to them without any respect at all for my privacy. Which, given that
at
he
least
was
learned
currently
something good from something that wasn't you.
in his own defense, he was in fact, well, not really his defense, I suppose. He wasn't tainted by the words of an abyssal, but it happens.
All
That's
right.
your
You want
defense, man.
categorically what I think you didn't do? What harm you could have prevented and could have done? If you had told him anything, if you had shown him anything, literally any contrapoint to whatever lies an abyssal, an embodiment of death, and the opposite of what you are doing and what he wanted to do, he was vulnerable enough to listen to the direct opposite of what you taught him.
And what that told me is that I didn't teach him well enough.
No, it means that you taught him wrong, innately. It means that your entire approach was wrong. It means that you fucked up.
I'm just gonna get some more tea.
You cast him aside like a fucking broken toy because he was never your goal. You were.
And what? What did he deserve from me? I
Basic
gave to
humanity.
I gave to him 50 years of my life.
You gave him 50 years of your life in service to yourself. That was not a service. That was not a kindness. That was using him.
Old man is far too stubborn to ever admit any part of this is correct. So whenever he stops to think about this, he is literally only thinking about ways to counter it, and not any way to reflect on it.
And she can see that, and that's why she's getting so angry.
I mean, yes.
She's just sinks back in her seat and sighs. Ugh. This never goes anywhere. This will never go anywhere.
The sunk cost fallacy. Who knows how true it is when old man still has not seen any rewards for his plans. Oh well, he has, but not the ones that he really wants.
Well, I sure do have a thing on my sheet that says I'm about de-escalating things, so let's just kind of manip presence, slide in here. Not terribly well, but... Alright, so...
So like you slide in, but not well. Like you try to slide in, you trip over yourself a little bit.
All right, so as Repose is now finished setting aside the work, he's almost proceeding to get back into monk mode. Brings his hands together as he's preparing to make a statement, but there's like a lot of still sizzling from the residual heat that hasn't bled out yet. That's a bit distracting, and actually adds like an inflammatory undertone to what he is saying accidentally instead, a little bit. Of just, please. The man's barely been dead a week. Unless it is either of your intent to disturb his slumber after his long struggle. Which then further, this not being great at de-escalating Repose, recall audience what Repose's last sentiment to this man was.
Yes.
Hey, do you want him back? Do you want to call him forth with your anger? Maybe?
Master Repose, do you have any idea how many times I've tried to beat sense into this old man's head?
Young Repose, do you know how many times this stops himself from calling her a hag? Has tried to turn me off of my path.
And how many attempts must each of you expend before confronting that you ask each other to defy your respective natures? You are the ones arguing with stone. Or I guess what element is Koi?
Water.
Water.
Well, alright, so it's like separately. You are the
Very
one shouting at a mountain, Decoy, and I do not have on hand for the second half of that, but yes.
Squeeze blood out of a stone.
Well, no, because in his case, he is mad at a lake. For
Kissing in the ocean.
Trying to stop a waterfall.
Pissing in the ocean.
I like the waterfall.
Yes,
you
ask the river to flow uphill.
Yeah, there you go.
Never mind that immediately behind us there is a river that flows uphill.
Flowing uphill that she did herself.
Again, this was not a very effective de-escalation.
And I wouldn't...
I'd like to think that 5 seconds after Repose says that, he does remember the river.
Old man will immediately claim...
Recall that, look over his shoulder, just kind of sneer, grumble.
I have never been the one to start this conversation. I'm going to throw that out there. Which then would be easily accounted with. You're not the one to start anything, and that's the problem.
But she doesn't. She actually settles back into her chair with a snarl of just...
Which, that he was expecting that, just because that has been the easy response every single time he said that. But, yeah.
What, her biting back or just stopping?
No, the thing I just said. Of,
no,
expecting
her
that.
expected response does not happen. She just sighs and leans back.
If you want to teach the boy the spell that he wants to learn, I won't actually get in the way of that.
Fine. So long as I can teach him the way I think.
He's already learned 2 separate trains of thought on sorcery. What's a third going to cause any harm?
So that's why you're so amenable to this. You don't have control over him since he was a boy.
You're going to start again? You just reclined back.
She just smiles. I was done with the argument. I wasn't done making observations. But yes, you're correct. Fine. She turns back to Milan, who's probably shrunken into a corn cob in the chair at this point.
Yep.
I apologize that you had to see that. That is an argument that has been had many times, and...
For far too long.
Yes.
The moment Repose's hands have cooled enough to not be a fire hazard, he has taken back up the log and is beginning to debark it, and just kind of gets in between them off to the side a bit. So is it a requirement of the ritual that the implement be carved, or
She looks over and briefly thinks for a second.
is there room for liberties to be taken with the
Oh,
precise
you-
arrangement of the material?
Ah, I suppose it wouldn't necessarily need an entire living tree if you work with a sufficiently preserved wood. You do have a clever apprentice. And you actually see her catch herself before she calls you Lee.
At this, Milan is going to go from curled down to sitting up back normal, straight and proper.
Go-to way to pull wizards out of the drama. Hey, you heard about magic? Let's talk about the minutia of what wood even is.
Yeah.
If Milan happens to look over at Angler, he's just staring at him like, yeah, I knew this would happen. I'm really glad you got this started ahead of time. Thanks a bunch for that one, buddy. And now I have the shit-eating grin.
Yep.
I suppose
It
if this is the
is.
same sort of spell of communication through masks, the only real requirement would be that it has enough of a essence, image, nature. She's searching for the right word. She's actually cycling through several different languages as she's saying it, trying to get the exact right meaning before settling on something in the old tongue that basically means sympathy, resonance, sameness.
That is the name of the home tree in our garden.
The muse, which most nearly strikes me on the subject, and of course intervene and offer correction if at any point I falter from the path. I am a scholar of the natural law, but I'm no way a practitioner of the emerald arts. That if the goal is for the wood to take on the likeness of skin, in order to act out the living visage of the caster. And he starts going into talking about, like, extracting the layers of the wood. Basically, he's thinking about steaming this wood until it breaks back up into its layers and then peeling them off and essentially kind of making, like, weird plywood paper.
Yeah.
And then using that to form the mask. That this is an approach, rather than trying to whittle it down.
Yeah, she's basically nodding along. You would just take away the parts that aren't Milan-esque and put the parts that are in place. It's like chiseling marble until you find the art inside of it. She's like tapping her cane on the ground now in a kind of rhythm to keep herself thinking.
Everyone talk about wood. Everyone not talk about your dead friend. It's wood time.
Wood time, good time.
Old man is extremely the kind of guy, though, the moment that this is going to, like, calm down again,
He's going to be
bring it up
shit.
again. Yeah.
It has calmed down, at least on Koi's end. So,
And old man slips back outside.
Propose has, like, gotten a knife out and is proceeding to, like, debark this thing very smoothly and clean, as if he were skinning a live animal. Well, not a live animal, a recently slain animal.
Oh, no!
Alive
Oh.
no Repose does.
And that day we learned a lot more about Repose.
That day we learned a lot about Raposa's cats.
Oh no!
All of those cats are intact.
Yeah. Who do you think taught him how to do that?
That's the
So
wisdom of beasts.
basically, this is just kind of a little bit of her consulting on the.
Oh yeah, Repose can just kind of, like, completely butcher a chicken with one swipe.
No.
He's picked that up in the
no.
back,round, just
No,
bird
don't
to
remind
cutlets
me of the
immediately.
You're like a Red Dead Redemption 2 fucking protagonist.
Hey, for what it's worth, You actually can do that with rabbits.
I know, it
Yeah.
sucks, though.
Fucking
Rabbits are
snap.
like the easiest animals in the world to skin.
Yeah, you just kind of flick them.
Anyway, woodwork will
Just
continue to
grip
happen
it
over
and
some
rip it.
time.
Old
She
man
would
will
be-
like quietly mention what in a quiet moment of like, I've never turned anyone down for help. There was just rarely any reason to leave the mountain upon giving them the help.
Well, maybe the thing you should be learning from all of this is you should be a little more proactive in finding help if it's so helpful for your spiritual progress, then.
I'm not gonna get into this, he says, having brought it up.
She just no, but she just smiles like a shit-eating grin back at him because the old man is the one who immediately backs down rather than argue that point. So she won in her mind. Yeah.
It's good tea.
I can't believe they're not married.
I can.
Oh god, I swallowed all that water.
Don't
not the
discuss
only
your
one who
dead
got
son.
wasted by
Keep
drinking.
discussing wood.
Oh, it was totally worth it, but that went down the
I
wrong
think we've.
pipe.
It's seeming like we've accomplished everything that we need out of the scene.
The scene with Koi is mostly done unless you have
I'm gonna walk in carrying like some really inane ass fucking reward for like, I don't know, doing a shitload of side quests.
You hear her yell down the street,
Hank
Yakuman,
has a
I
new
need
hat."
these 40 cakes to not be stolen by anyone.
You have like a pewter figurine of like a folk history figure from this area a couple hundred years ago.
New
that is
hat.
almost
New hat.
or
You
new
have-
hat.
Can I come in wearing my Yakuman costume, wearing a really nice hat, and have a nice figurine?
You somehow have a metal business card for Yakuman.
He has the ID badge.
No. Like a modern business card, but made of metal.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Anyway, so yeah, unless you have any other questions or things to bring up to Koi, that would be probably the end of this scene in particular.
I had one last one, actually.
Sure.
Unless the wizard talk needs to continue with Milan.
I was just coming to her to get a spell that old man didn't know. Because I assume old man didn't waste money on the literal useless spell in the game.
Oh, of course not.
No, of
The thing
course
is
not.
that if old man needed to learn it, he would just learn it himself. Because
Yep.
he knows how to do
And
that.
would go from base principles again. Just
Yeah.
go back into the learning assembly of sorcery and then build it from base principle.
Milan doesn't know how to do that.
So
yeah,
yeah,
it's
Koi
really,
would
really
be-
hard. And also, basically, he's the only one who knows how to do it, because he spent, like, you know, at this point, about 100 years doing that.
Yeah.
Listen, I haven't mentioned this in character or anything, but I do have it written down. For old man, doing that for Invincible Skin of Copper took him 45 years for
Yep.
one spell.
The first
One spell.
Let me see.
Just to emphasize exactly how ridiculous the thing he did was with becoming a sorcerer. He did that to learn one spell. It took him 45 years.
And he learned it different.
Very
Yeah.
different. So yeah, Angler had something to bring up.
So the last thing he wanted to ask her, which I don't know if would have happened prior to that massive conversation or not, is there anyone in the pull my maps real quick, Fallen River Valley who's an actual good person that might be able to give us some information rather than us, you know, lie, cheat, and steal our way to get all the information we need? Like, is there just a decent, honest person there?
You find one, you be sure to let me know.
God, all right, fine. Thank.
That was
I
the
thought that was
temple
the
we
end-
crashed at after the Ruby incident.
You would personally know that there is the Chill Not Cops Temple. That probably has somebody.
Yes, but it's the idea of cultivating a larger amount of people we can talk to have more people that we might be able to get information from, or just to have a safe.
That's like it sounds like a task to set yourself to with some investigation rolls.
Well, yes, but if I had a lead to get into that, that would help on the investigation role.
You do with the temple, but Koi doesn't really interact Koi interacts socially at the macro level. She doesn't really do interpersonal relationships.
It was an offhand thing, but again, this is something that Angler is going to get working on, but building leads ahead of time is always helpful.
Mm-hmm.
And we couldn't really, well, we could have stopped by the temple on the way up. I forgot we have a tornado that takes us wherever we want.
We have the super tornado.
Tornado.
Excuse me.
Quick to the old man mobile.
You need two of them. There is one person who can't do it. No, like we can fit everyone except for one person with just one of us. It's got to be two, both of them.
Wait, I thought Milan
It's
fits 6.
It's essence plus 1.
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought
so
it was
that's 5.
essence times 2.
Oh, no, it's essence times 2. Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
It is essence
that
times
also-
2 plus
right.
1, which still means 5, is the thing.
Milan
For
is-
old man.
Milan's essence.
Milan's essence 3, which means Milan can actually fit everyone on the cloud.
Milan
weird.
allows old man to have his,
Oh boy!
Do it.
Oh, that's
Milan
gonna come
allows.
back.
no, as
Milan knows
I
better than
forgot
to.
y'all
Yeah.
become. I forgot
Well-
y'all became essence 3. All right.
that's fine. No worries.
I mean, that's a very recent development. so that's fair.
Old man continues to sulk.
Milan knows this is important to
man-
old man.
Man doesn't sulk.
No, he does.
You
Old
see
man
that entire
permanently
last-
sulks.
He
It's like
was
the one
sulking.
emotion he does have is sulking. This is the human emotion you call sulking.
It is the most human emotion.
The human element of old man.
He is slightly petty. That's a thing
Old
he
and
is.
better.
Slightly.
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 Slightly. Old man, only a bit.
And that's why we have 2 clouds, because Milan knows this is important to old man.
Away.
Actually, I just thought of something really stupid, and I hope this works. After we leave the situation, we're done having a conversation with her. I'm going to ask Yang if he met anyone in town doing all these wonderful good tasks that might know people in the Fallen River Valley that we could talk to.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. No. Give me.
Socializing.
That would be a manipulation investigation roll from Angler with a 1 die stun.
Okay, manipulation. You said.
Yeah, manipulation investigation plus 1.
Well, okay, so I did deliver a bunch of pizzas to this one grandpa, and then he gave me like some tools for some miners. Then I did that. Then I had to go kill some boars, 30 to 50.
When did you get the spiritual stone?
Huh?
So when did you get the spiritual stone?
Oh, that was from the Mystic.
Where'd you put that many
Okay.
boars?
I donated them.
Who needs
Oh.
that many
To the-
boars?
Well, I mean, like the food the children need to eat, and the Akuman protects the 13 orphans. I think.
I am double checking the excellency charm here. So continue.
Who the fuck has the name Tsuchinoko Squeezins in the chat? Because I need to
Nice.
congratulate you.
Oh, they've had that since the beginning of the chat. Or the session.
I only just now noticed that, so I need to call
Look,
that
some
out.
statements just have extremely rapid turnaround into usernames. It's how it works.
All right.
Okay, this is going to have 2 extra successes on it from using the excellency charm.
Mhm.
So 7, and I re-roll those 6s actually for the 2 10s. I don't have any more 6s to re-roll, unfortunately. So 9.
All right. Yeah. First of all, the temple's probably a pretty good spot. Second, there is an understudy. I would have to pull up a list of the actual religious names. One of the non-exalted but still religious clergy figures in the Immaculate Temple is a very nice person and genuinely just has their whole heart in it and is not a dick about it. And would probably be a good contact point. Like them and them to the abbot would probably be a good buffer zone.
Okay. I will keep that in mind if we have to go talk to the Immaculate Temple and such.
Mhm.
We heard it through a friend of a friend. We helped them out with... Yeah, what did you do to help them?
Honestly, with like 9 successes, I gotta think about more because you probably have one in every single one of those villages I have. So
Just gotta have that
Goddamn.
buffered on demand. When we get there, you know a guy.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
that is
would be
actually
on
Angler's
demand.
whole thing, is he does actually know a lot of people because he has merits and
All
information.
5
You prepared that
settlements
tool.
in the river, you have somebody, and I will pull that out when you get there.
Okay, cool. That's enough for me then.
Okay, so your pick on where to go, what to do.
What about ants?
What about Doma?
What about Doma?
Slowly dying.
Hmm?
Drink water wrong.
Are you okay?
Aha, 2 for 2.
Oh, you got wrong pipe.
That's 3 of
Wrong
us.
pipe.
You
Oh,
wrong
right, it happened to you at
piped.
the beginning. That's right.
That's what happens when you make the river go backwards.
Yeah, I was going to say, why don't we stop by Fallen River and then make our way to Ants?
All right. So to remind as to exact details, if you want to go to the capital or not, there's the main city. This is a tin mining village. The Immaculate Monastery, the Placard stronghold, and the village that is mainly a textile manufacturing place. If you had any particular places you wanted to go.
I leave the destinations up to my brothers.
I do want to go to the Immaculate Temple, but I was not in the conversation, but are Repose and Milan gonna do their thing?
Well, we need the evidence first.
Fair. I mean, I was going to go to the Immaculate. That might be something. Oh, I don't know who should come with Angler to that.
You know, there is a linguistics charm
That is
you
going
can
to need
get
time.
that
to
is hyper
be worked on.
forgery.
Yes, there is.
I could invest in hyperforgery.
That scheme will require
Like,
planning and
you don't
preparation.
talk to them without having the evidence now, or bringing that up. now.
Inviting others into the
says you
scheme
need
can happen
evidence?
at Milan's discretion.
Who said you need evidence when you're forging something?
I meant like not having the charm now. I mean, etc.
What I'm
Yep.
saying is, story-wise, let's resolve Ants first before we do crime in.
Oh, yeah, Angler wanted to meet people, but if we want to do ants first, I'm also okay with that. Maybe that'll bring out the gesture of goodwill if we take care of that. And people might be more
What of
willing to talk
Parliament?
to us. Yeah.
What of Parliament?
So ants first, then Parliament, or Parliament then ants.
What of Parliament? Like, how does this government conduct themselves as a thing? Is there like an open forum where people go to shout at each other?
Yes, it is old Republic style. Yell at each other because I am a landed person and or rich. Therefore, I have access to this level of government and can yell in an open place about this.
It's on the. That's kind of the ideal environment for our spies to spy on this place and get more intel about what deal they may have gotten. Why don't we go watch a parliament?
I mean, yeah, sure. I can just
Okay.
relay information and stuff.
Could watch Parliament.
People are going to show up to the plebiscite.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's go to Parliament, I guess.
Parliament.
The Cloud is able to just zoop on over in, that is less than an hour. I'm not even measuring that
Yeah,
distance. It is
zoop over the hill and just stop off somewhere
Straight down.
outside of town. And walk
probably
in.
just pop down next to town and go in. Probably landing far enough away, like, 4 miles or so away. So
Nope,
it's,
right in the center of town.
We are not landing in the center of town.
it's enough miles away that people don't see.
I would like to not enter town with the rest of the group, and I would like to go. Is it Walden? I want to infiltrate covertly as Yakuman and just not be seen by anyone for a
Sounds
very
good.
long period of time.
Town.
Huh?
It is walled, yes.
Okay, I will use grasping rope line to surmount this obstacle.
It is walls with guards on it.
Yeah. So I'm gonna use a stealth roll.
Okay.
I'll let Yang. He was a fun character.
Oh boy, are you going to turn into a rock as you're stealthing up the wall?
I mean, I have a stealth tool, right? Basically, I wanted to make it seem like we're a hearth of 4 people instead of 5.
I mean, we have a hearth of 5. We got old man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever.
The 4 of us.
Does everyone
The
consent
4
to
and 1
this?
of us. Yeah,
Does everyone want to try
Yang
and
is always
stop
free
me
to
from
sneak
doing
off.
this?
I wasn't paying
Yeah, we'll do
attention
Yank
at this
things.
point. I was more just staring at Milan the whole time, like, please, please, please do not fly us in the middle of town.
God, no.
Well,
I don't want to attract attention.
By the time you land, there would be plenty of time to notice that Yang is like trying to walk away from the rest of the group.
Well, yeah, I'm already in full costume and I'm doing the Naruto sprint at full pace away from you.
I let it happen because I support Yang's dumb shit.
Same.
It's
come right
literally
away!
just paid off for me, so I can't stop him.
Okay.
When he gets back.
I will, however, send him a wind-carried words message to him to meet us at the first tea shop closest to the gate that we'll be entering when he's ready to find us.
Okay.
Okay, so step 1 of this wonderful plan you have is, are you going to be in any sort of disguise aside from Yakuman when you are trying to grapple up? And are you trying to avoid the notice of the guards when you are doing so?
Okay, can we... Alright. Can we decide some things about what Terrifying Forest Devil Mask does for me?
Yes, okay.
Can I have Octo Camo?
No. That is explicitly not how the charm works. That is...
Aw.
That would be like that would be in the realm of how an artifact to do that.
That was the
Okay.
thing your cloak already does.
You already have your cloak to turn into random objects.
So yeah, I guess it won't be Yakuman. I'll just convert it from... I mean, okay, I'm in my Yakuman state, but I guess I can just have the cloak go from disguise to what it normally does.
Mm-hmm.
So are there any wooden posts sticking out of this stone wall? Or some sort of infrastructure?
It is actually, this would probably be mostly stone. This is a rich town. I need to also bring up one thing that didn't actually come up about Terrifying Forest Devil Mask yet.
Yeah.
Donning the mask, the Dragon Blood accepts a defining intimacy that suits her role, such as those who abuse their power must be humbled or destroy all anathema. As long as you are in disguise, this intimacy cannot be weakened or changed by any means. Onlookers who fail to beat her disguise role will treat her as though they have a minor tie with a context appropriate to the persona and circumstances. A folk hero might inspire gratitude among peasants you fight for, while drawing the ire of princes and their minions, while a horrible devil inspires sheer terror in all who look upon it.
Is this per transformation or...
This is, you are picking your defining intimacy for Yakuman. What is the thing that defines Yakuman?
Seek out evildoers and smite them.
Okay, so probably closer to like
Real Toku shit.
Yeah.
We all have the general vibe of how Yakuman do, so you can sort out a phrase for it.
But like anybody who sees you is going to have an immediate tie to you while you are in disguise. Based on the context of Yakuman's existence. So
I guess seek out injustice and write it.
Yeah, that's probably it. So also, second question, are you trying to, and again, yeah, there's probably like some sort of a support strut out of the wall that you can hook to.
So I guess I would hook to it and then like perch on like an upside down Spider-Man gargoyle and just make sure there's no sentries and then pop over there and turn into a crate or something.
Sentries is my point. How are you avoiding their notice?
I didn't think this far ahead.
You sure didn't.
It's fine.
Maybe you want Yakuman to be seen and inspire in the guard.
How tall is the grass on this river?
I mean, they said they want spy team. I'm trying to be spy team.
Okay.
It depends on where the patches of the river are. On the river, like right up against this town, it's been cut down pretty close. It's not like mowed or anything, but people have been harvesting, usable like textile material out of it.
Do you want me to like stop doing a thing? Do we have a cutscene to see or something?
I was more answering Raposa's question, but I'm
I'm
not saying
trying to help
stopping it-
you figure out a sense of how you're going to sneak up on this wall.
Yeah, I don't know how to do this now.
There is a. I mean, here's the thing: if
Find a gap in the watch.
find a gap in the watch, distract them, like have them look somewhere else while you slip behind them, make a loud noise, something like that.
Yeah, I got nothing. I'm blanking. Whatever.
Wait for us to enter the town and be noticed.
Distract them with your theme music.
The minister of transportation is coming to this town. That's going to be notable.
Yeah, sorry. I'll the steam went away for myself. I'm trying to think way through this.
That's all right. Oh, I have an idea.
What?
Just go up there, avoid being basically instead of stealth, go call me on it. I dare you.
That's not spying.
Like it's a matter of like talk shit. I dare you. Say report this. I dare you. I'll know.
That's so it's threatening people. That doesn't feel on brand.
What if you just swap into Yakuman after we're inside?
Is there like a sewer pipe or something I can just crawl through?
Honestly, there probably would be some manner of.
You're saying this random town is perfectly impenetrable and there's no gaps in any defense.
No, I'm saying that I'm saying that there are gaps in defenses. I'm just asking you how you take advantage of them. And I apologize if I gave it too much of an impression of like being strong. I was more trying to see what cool thing you did to get over the walls and pass in, rather than challenge you on that. And I apologize.
I have no idea what to do. I don't know.
Assert the existence of the drain pipe and just warp your way in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you get the drain pipe and just walk in. You just kind of creep in like Oblivion walking into one of the sewer grates on the side of a city style.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be on the rooftops and listen for stuff. We can use that in the wings or something.
Okay. And if you have anything else, you can just pop back in with it, alright?
Yeah.
So, meanwhile, the rest of the crew walks in the front gates. There's no real, like, checkpointing or investigating of baggage or anything right now, because you don't have a big caravan train or anything, and also you're clearly two dynasts and the attendees, so they're not gambling on how angry you're going to be at being stopped by what they might think you think is peasants.
They probably note any house markings they see, and that's it.
Yes. So you just walk inside, and it is very abundant, as mentioned. You have a lot of eyes on you of, oh, fuck, dynasts, okay. What are you doing here?
We make for Parliament.
Do you say that to anybody, or is that just internally?
That's internally.
Okay. So it's not all that hard to go through the town. It's very differently laid out than a lot of the other places around here. It was clearly a not quite entirely planned city, but it is entirely less sprawling and organic and kind of piled together as a slowly growing city than a lot of the other villages and towns around here are. There is some degree of pre-planning and pre-structuring and a grid that is being followed. So it is actually fairly simple to follow it down to a large building that like a domed building where it's probably like that's the internally is the amphora, the speaking place, the
forum.
The forum. There are people out in front though who look at you. They're clearly guards for people who are not meant to be in Parliament, and they do kind of like lean in, kind of cross their, spears against the front of the door, and they're like, "What brings the legacy of the Scarlet Empire to our fair doors?" Very just suspicious as all hell of you.
Just look
now
at
you
him.
now you say Parliament.
Give me a moment. We've come to observe and judge the efficacy of Parliament.
Parliament.
And is this something that was cleared ahead of time? Like, the guards are clearly like, are we in on... Did we not get filled in, or is this someone trying to bullshit us? So this is a role to try to get past them in terms of, like, convincing them this is fine.
Well, you see, the Empire has its bi-quarterly inspection of the provinces that it must do in each section. And as I understand it, this province was... And I'm just going to start rambling.
Their eyes start crossing as... Their conscious brains are like, we're not part of the Empire. It's fucking... Several, like a day, multiple days...
I misunderstood the... I thought this area was... at least Empire aligned.
Roll with it.
Okay.
You're gathering as hard as you can is the thing.
Yep.
So that is probably going to be... Would this be charisma or manipulation in terms of... Like, is blathering via force of personality or blathering via manipulation and, like, quick talking? That's a genuine
Would
question.
be either.
I'm going to say at some point, Milan just kind of slips into just talking, and just talking for the sake of talking, just...
Okay, charisma socialize to try to make them just bombard them with your...
Can I assist this one, actually? Because while Milan is blathering, Angler is just going to slowly look at each of the guards, and he's going to start glaring a little bit more and more, like, you really let this happen, didn't you?
I have the support to
go on.
I'm
well. Taking all the support you can get.
So Angler is turning up some pressure here, getting a bit mad about being held up by all this, and you have taken the time yourself to note that 2 of the party here were immediately taken for dynasts. So Repose is actually going to play this a bit more human and slide on in as he usually do, quietly aside the guard, probably masking his approach a little bit with the usual monastic droning, and then once he's within just private talking range, the young master has taken a fascination with the workings of republics and states which are founded on the alignments of the will of the people. As someone genuinely not interested in politics, Repose makes this sound very like, I do not know why he wants to be here, but please indulge.
Please don't make this a problem. Okay, so with the backup stunts...
This is harmless.
With the backup stunts from Angler being the bouncer bodyguard angry dynast who's going to start a problem if this doesn't resolve, and the monastic of please, this is an idiot dynast, just indulge him for a bit and he'll go away. This is a 3-die stunt on a charisma socialize for Milan.
He just wants to see the democracy.
Now, as you see, a system run by the most properly skilled and talented people from among the populace is much more effective way to end. He just sort of trails off as people stop listening to him.
Also, I was not going to start a problem. I was going to end the problem.
Right. Yeah. No. Like synonymous for them, honestly.
Yes.
Their problem begins. Your problem ends.
Well, their problem might also end forever. Depends on how much they piss me off.
They realize very quickly that no matter how mad their bosses get at them, if this is off the books, it's nowhere near as dangerous as pissing off 4 Dragonbloods. So they step the hell out of the way. And it is very clear that they're not going to say anything to their bosses at all about this, unless questioned. They are just very fixedly looking about 100 yards in the distance, trying desperately to not notice you exist anymore. We're doing our jobs. Just please don't be here.
At this point, Milan is just reciting tax codes.
I gently push him forward.
I take it there is some appropriate space in here for the citizenry to observe while not actively participating in the proceedings. I feel like this would have been just a trailing thing to ask the guards before we go by. Just
for open sessions, yes, but the Parliament has been in closed sessions as of late. But
If you don't call attention to yourselves, it may be likely that they don't notice.
What's that? A chance to finally use deep listening? Palm, go! This building's made of wood, right? Yeah. Wood.
Oh boy,
Rocks,
the two of us are
wood.
gonna have so much fun with this.
Let's just find an appropriate seating area near the law chamber.
Milan's voice is going to fade away into the distance, but he's not actually getting far away. He's just knowing, okay, now is the time to
Now
be
I can
quiet.
shut up.
Where is Parliament being held?
A large domed building that you can pretty easily see from the rooftops.
Is there an office?
You can take a look at see what you can get from the roof.
Or like a staging area where they would keep important documents that some sort of handsome devilish rogue could leverage by, stealing?
It's a building of government practices. There's almost certainly some sort of management inside.
Yeah, just start stealing shit.
Well, you got to get in there first.
Well, yeah, I'm doing my anime runs across the rooftops.
Yeah. Okay, so
I'm doing an Assassin's Creed trailing mission while they're down there, basically.
okay, so
Small
yeah.
democracies aren't that unusual.
Yeah, no, it is. There is basically any government that you know, any government that exists somewhere in creation. Remember, this is let me just yeah, this is like a less than 40 square mile area that is kind of loosely controlled by one democracy, republic, etc.
This is a polis.
Yeah, this is a city.
City-state, yeah.
Yep.
So it's not out of the usual. But
unusual.
Angler and Repose, I believe, have your charms for doing the sneaky listening. While meanwhile, give me a dexterity stealth roll +3 from your artifact, Yakaman, as you try to find an infiltration point for the building and to start ransacking the place.
I thought you'd never ask. I want to give you willpower too. Yeah, 5.
All right. There are actually some nice stained glass windows up on top of the building to shine into the rotunda, but a couple of them are also conveniently close to balconies and archways on the top of the building. So you can just kind of jimmy one to the side a little bit, slip on inside, get to the balconies, and hey, presto, you're on the administrative level and nobody saw you.
Woohoo! I'm gonna start stealing.
I'm going
shit.
to establish that as we are taking our seats up in the balcony, we see Yang cross in front of one of the stained glasses.
Yep.
Yeah, I give you like a small my mask changes to blue to like, haha, I did it.
Mm-hmm.
Before it goes back to green, I guess.
As we're going up to the balcony, I'm going to, as we're just walking up the seats, use all-encompassing earth sense to feel vibrations to find the best place that both myself and Repose can use deep listening palm.
Okay. Is that a roll for that, or does it just happen?
I don't think there's a roll involved. It's just 3 months. It's. I mean, the big thing is to be able to detect hidden enemy or danger. That's the idea of it. I'm just making it so that he can feel like.
You can find the most resonant, easiest point where sound waves would travel through walls, and also notice that there is a very lax guard patrol, and you can easily find a spot where they're not going to be. Also, you notice that there aren't guards on the administrative level at all right now. Period.
Oh, as an aside, Darren.
Mm-hmm.
I feel so. I do have to remind you because it has yet to ever come up. If anybody is trying to get a read on us specifically in like a more in-depth way, I know immediately.
Right. Yeah, you have the reflexive someone is trying to figure my shit out.
Uh-huh. Specifically in a group.
Okay.
Because like it's if I am unaware of the person.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I would then point Repose to, the bench or table area that we would be best be able to be.
It's like an alcove on the outside wall of what would be the inside Paulus building.
All right, let's tune in.
Both of you deep listening palm.
Let's find a convenient seating position that leaves me pressed against the wall, and Just listen to the world.
All right. Let me just double check exactly how that works.
Touching the surface, you can displace your sense of hearing through the essence of the earth. You can listen through that barrier as though it weren't there. Constructions made of stone, wood, or weaker materials don't require a roll to hear through. Metal or other stronger materials require a difficulty 3 awareness.
There is no roll involved. So you are able to get a pretty clear hearing of Parliament.
Parliament.
So, first things first. Yang, give me a perception investigation roll to try to case the joint for where the most valuable stuff to steal is.
Oh god, what is my investigation? What the fuck do I have it for? It's incredible.
In the meantime,
Ooh.
nice. All right, that's a level 5. Okay, so you immediately go down and it's like, okay, what exactly are you trying to steal? Is it like valuables? Is it information? What exactly?
Information, mostly.
All right, then you're not going to want to go to the head offices. That's not where going to be the juicy stuff is. That's going to be in the middle management. That's where
I want to find very spicy blackmail material, ideally. Just in general.
Yeah, the head offices are either going to be very secure or have everything squared away. The middle management is where all the chaos and all the paperwork that's stacked up and half finished is going to be, and everybody's in the middle of their work and overworked and has kind of forgotten that, no, you can't have your fucking computer unlocked with personal information.
That's going to be way harder to track back to us if something just kind of quietly goes missing.
Exactly, is the role I'm giving you. So you basically realize the best way is probably look for the place that has the overabundance of things to skim from, and then skim from it.
Yeah.
Or just copy it down, even.
Yeah, I'll take like maybe 3 sheets of interesting things, like very obviously, like, oh, you did what? And then just like make notes of anything else that seems juicy.
Okay, I'll get back to that in a second. Meanwhile, in Parliament and on the ground floor, Angler and Repose tune in to hear a raucous debate going on. By the sounds of which it is the glory of original style Republic debate where it is shouting matches on the floor. Basically as people are arguing over points. One of the people that you can hear talking right now is someone who is trying to keep their composure fairly adequately, and the other one is someone who is very worked up and angry.
Propose doing his best to focus in and try to separate voices, and just is very quickly and sharply taking notes in extremely fine point font.
Okay. Rather than like dialogue out the whole thing, I'm going to give you the highlights of what you're hearing. There are, let's say, 3 major voices in this debate. One is the calm voice, one is the loud, angry voice, and one is the please God, just let's come to an agreement of some sort voice. Probably the moderator or the harmonious steward, if you remember Koi's title. The angry voice is basically advocating for no fucking way are we sending supplies up to the Jade Orchid. What have they done for us lately? They keep fucking getting supplies from the Riftwood Trading Company, and the Riftwood has been creeping over here and fucking stealing stuff from us anyway. And aside from that, if we start doing favors with the Jade Orchid, now we're on the line for something that's no better than the Empire, and why the hell would we be on their side anyway? They're a bunch of bastards. They're looking at greedily over here. They're going to be just trying to diplomatically extend their over and over, just angry, ranting, shouting every time he's not being interrupted. The calm voice is trying to advocate for, yes, I understand. I understand that the Jade Orchid Prefecture is less than ideal as an ally and less than wholesome as an ally. However, they are a bulwark to our north against the Empire of the Bronze Axe, and should they fall, the Bronze Axe has 2 targets to turn to. Either the Riftwood Trading Company, who they will likely not do as there's a swamp in the way, as well as generally the guild being a more militarily better focused, stronger aspected. They have deeper pockets and the better ability to hire mercenaries. Meanwhile, if the Jade Orchid Empire has fallen over, the Bronze Axe is probably going to extend its hegemony to the Fallen River next.
So it's basically he's saying, I understand that this is a choice between the lesser of two evils, but we also must understand that as a republic, that is the choice that we have to make every day. We must come to compromises and work together in order to find the common solution. While the moderator is trying to make the two of them just shut up and try to like follow the usual rules of engagement and debate. So any responses or input on that as you two are listening so far at this point of the argument?
Angler is very quietly talking under his breath, just saying what's being said, like as if no one else is around and such, because he doesn't want to be overheard. And every so often while he's doing this, the markings on his face and neck are starting to flare as he is getting agitated more and more at what these people are saying. But really, his stare is just kind of not really particularly focused on anything. It's not a 1,000-yard stare. It's just kind of like that look you have when you're half paying attention to something, but at the same time you're so disgusted by it that you don't want to be listening to it, but you have to.
Propose is able to fall back on zoning out and not parsing any of what he is hearing, but still faithfully scribing it down, as one might do when copying documents.
Mm-hmm.
It's that, oh good, I'm back in this situation again.
I am just a conduit to turn noise into glyphs. Someone else will sort out what this means later.
Meanwhile, back up in the administrative levels, Yang is noticing at this point, beginning to break into offices. The security here sucks. The security here seems to be entirely based on, well, we're not going to let the peasants in here. Why do we have to care? So, like, there are locks on the doors, sure, but they're locks that you basically can sneeze on and you can pick them open.
When has a member of the nobility or aristocracy ever committed a crime? It'll never happen.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, Yang has a kind of brief flash of maybe this is so deliberately shitty because they all are trying to fucking steal from each other. And sure enough,
is this a trap?
The first piece of blackmail you find is, in fact, one of the middle managers having blackmail on another one for stealing from somebody else. Just basically forging and misfiling papers and misrepresenting things in monthly reports and things like that. Something that is very petty, but at the same time in this sort of government would be a pretty big scandal to have a problem.
Yeah, fair.
The second one, as again, the creeping sensation of why does this place's security suck so bad is creeping over you. You go into an office that is a complete just chaos, like a tornado hit it. And really, you could just skim through any of the papers and file and leaf through it and, oh, whoa, that's extremely juicy personal information blackmail that whoever this person is, you could probably have them do whatever the hell you want from this steamy love letter from somebody.
Man, this is just out here? What
Yeah,
the
this
fuck?
is just on the desk, just lying there. So,
can I pause to like roll? What's a gut check?
that's a good question, actually.
What do I be like? Hey, what's my gut say?
Probably wits, any relevant skill.
Yeah. Wits larceny?
Wits larceny, I think. Yeah, feels right.
For that crime intuition.
So 7. I'm still forging my crime intuition.
Mhm.
Oh.
All right, your gut says this isn't right, but you don't feel like it's a trap so much as something here is off. Something is going on, and it's not targeting you. If you're not careful, you might get caught by it, but
Wait a minute.
Something's fucky here.
This is a frame drop waiting to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit, there's gonna be an investigation. I need to get out of here. I'm gonna grab whatever looks spicy and then immediately bail.
All right.
This is a stage waiting for someone to come in on, and I cannot be here.
Yeah, you nailed it. This is somebody deliberately fucked with this place so no one would interfere with some sort of scheme they were planning, and you don't know when that's going to happen or if it has happened. So yeah, your crime instinct is now saying bail the fuck out.
Bail, 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 bail. Yeah, I just find that the most unlooked at window and just kind of leon through it, and then sprint out of the city entirely.
How cleanly of a cycle is this argument falling back into when it keeps looping?
Not very. It is basically every time that the Harmonious Steward is trying to assert order and move on to another order of business, the calm voice immediately needles the loud one again, and it provokes the loud one into stalemating the conversation again.
Huh. Okay. Angler is going to blink a couple times and look up at Milan and all over the city and say, "How much of a ruckus do you two want to cause?"
What if I enter Parliament?
You guys want to stage a great heist? Like, I'm already not going to get caught, but we could say that we could hijack whatever show's happening here.
What if...
I mean, I can't talk to you about that because you're not there, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is out of time.
Does not know about what you just saw.
Yeah.
What if just a representative of the Empire shows up? That would get me thrown in jail.
Actually, okay, here's what I want to do. I want to bail out, but instead of leaving the city immediately, I want to turn back into Yang, and I want to pretend to be the retainer or something of.
I'm sorry, I'm late. I need to get in there.
I'm sorry. More.
You have a steal.
I'm gonna come with a bunch of quill and writing scribes and empty journals and be like, I'm sorry, my lord sent me to go get supplies.
Lord.
Notary and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, the roll to get in was so successful, they just don't even look at you. You clearly look at them and it's like, they're still like, oh, well, it's one of you. Gotta pretend you don't exist.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I hurriedly rush by.
And as you hustle in, yeah, you see Angler and Milan and the rest up against the wall mumbling plans.
I'm gonna hand all the stuff I stole over to them and just whisper what I saw and what my hunch is.
I really want to enter Parliament, but I also know that's gonna get me thrown in jail.
Oh no, you're not gonna go.
They can't arrest you. You're air boss.
That's right. That's
you
right.
and I are gonna go in together.
You are
high material for several
Empire. If they try to arrest you, they are in deep shit.
Yeah, you and I just walking in is going to cause.
If they want to declare war on the Empire by trying to inflict violence on you, then that's a choice they make.
Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Okay.
If they want to declare war on the natural order by taking up arms against one of the chosen of the dragons, Repose will debone them on the spot. So,
all right.
Diplomatic immunity. That's right. Oh, I'm entering Parliament.
I'm the Minister of Transportation.
Wait,
You're here to
on.
talk about the roads.
Obsidian, what was that?
I have an idea.
What's your idea?
Hold up. I gotta just look at my charms here.
We have to make sure our hype man is ready.
Not only are you the Minister of Transportation, you're Vanif's grandson, your favorite grandson. If they touch you so much as a hair in your mustache,
okay, so here's the thing. I'm going to use this as a setup for Vanif, but I'm making a presence roll. We're gonna walk in. I'm making a roll, and I'm just going to make the roll to stand out as much as possible.
All right, go ahead.
So all right, here's what's gonna happen. We're in the gallery, right? Correct?
Yes.
Yes. So we're gonna go down and pretty much going to slam the doors open as this 7'12" guy walks in, and they go, "Damn,
killing for fun."
That guy's huge." And then their eyes gonna go trace down to the two men at his side and go, "Those guys look important."
All right, yeah, no, presence, charisma presence 2-die stunt.
Okay. As an aside, Sidney doesn't know what the rest of this plan is exactly. He's just like, "Oh wait, we're gonna make a ruckus? Yeah, hold on, I got this one."
Huge.
You know what? It is, in essence, for just trying to be as much of a presence as possible. I'm using my specialty, life of the party.
Yes.
Just walking- What's up? All right, and just to make this even more ridiculous. Yeah, 2 automatic successes. All right, yeah, that's 8. That's 8.
All right.
Does that have anything on it about re-rolling 6s?
Oh, yeah, roll. Hold up. Sorry, I minimized one too many things. Roll additional non-charm die for every 10 rolls. So that's 1 more. None. All right.
That was worth a shot.
Yeah. So that's an 8.
You literally kick the 20-foot doors open with 1 foot. Just BAM! As they knock in, as the guy yelling mid-sentence just kind of chokes on his words like, what the? And you feel probably close to 100 sets of eyes immediately snap onto you and only you as, what the fuck? As you just kind of stroll in with Milan and Angler at your side.
Obsidian's doing the Vince McMahon walk in.
Yeah.
Milan's going to, as we reach the floor, take stock of who is around me. I just
All right.
want to get a good idea of the titles and who is around.
There are a bunch of primarily women in the stands. A few men. It's probably like 60-40. On the floor is a kind of tall, not tall, just average height, kind of drawn skin man with a kind of slicked black hair into a small ponytail at the back of his head and a very thinly cropped beard across his face. Arms behind his back, raising an eyebrow at the intrusion. Seems to be the source of the calm voice in the debate. And across from him is someone who is just kind of shorter, stouter, louder, red, completely red in the face from screaming. Tense neck muscles and veins showing. And pure, close your eyes and imagine somebody from the House of Lords that got a blood transfusion.
I have sat next to this person on an airplane once.
Yes. And up at the top podium, trying to figure out what in the hell is going on, is someone in a probably 3 or 4 tall hat and a long set of flowing, just kind of green and gold robes with the insignia of the Fallen River Valley upon, stitched within it. That is clearly the Harmonious Steward.
Forgive our intrusion, as you were, Harmonious Steward.
The angry figure is now kind of turning a
loudly burst in and just, oh, sorry, are we interrupting?
Yep. The calm figure turns his head with a smile. My word. I do believe that we are collectively at the disadvantage, Master.
Milan.
Shit.
House
I don't
beneath.
know. I don't know what I was expecting, but I wasn't expecting. Oh, I'm sorry.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Venif. I take it that the business has brought you from the Center Isle to our fair Paulus.
Indeed, your Paulus has shown me and my company great hospitality. I've come here on matter of urgent business, but do not allow me to keep you from your
don't worry about that. We were simply having a discussion that can be tabled until another time. Isn't that right? As he says across the way to the man who is now turning colors that no human skin should have out of confusion, rage, frustration, and just... Harmonious Steward Rio, I believe I cede the floor to our new guest from House Venif. The man steps back.
Now then, as I understand it, you were having a discussion regarding your neighbors to the north. the Jade Orchid Prefecture and the Empire of the Bronze Axe.
That we were. The steward says, now looking at you just like, oh, fuck me.
Radway's going to need a moment because I need to think this through.
Y'all have a habit of doing this, and I love it.
Does anyone in the room seem to be making some sort of move towards a weapon or guards or what have you?
No.
I would say, how many people are trying to get a read on us right now, but I would assume
everyone.
Look, my only plan was enter there, say, oh, I'm sorry, am I interrupting? And I didn't think past that. So give me a moment. What I'm looking for in this scene is...
I'm just rolling a collective read intentions on the lot of you.
Yep, go ahead.
All right, they're collectively spending a willpower, just all of them, because what the fuck?
Table talk. What do we as a party want out of this?
What did I find through my black notes? Is there anything that Beneath can leverage to put them at even further disadvantage to tell us what the problem is?
Well, all right. So first of all, on my part, so Repose has just kind of very quietly. The sheer loudness of Obsidian means that he couldn't not go unnoticed at first, just walking in normally behind them and taking a seat. He's just kind of set him up in, serene, meditative position, and just as the crowd is getting a chance to take a good look at them, and some of them notice him, his eyes snap open with that same terrible, alarming fixation that he has shown at times in the past. Hey, does anything in this room taste doomish?
No.
Parliament haunted? No? Good. Repose will lay back.
As an aside on them getting a read on me, I think my guile is 4 with a specialty, and I don't know what the read intentions roll number is.
The read intentions number, that's the number that you roll if you're trying to get a read on them. But that's perception plus socialize.
Ah, okay. Luckily, I have a thing that lets me use my charisma, because I'm nice.
My sheet is telling me I can spend motes to up my guile, so I'm going to pop my guile up to 4.
As far as goals while we're here, well, it's good that they apparently don't want to work with the Orchids. It's good to have confirmation that the Orchids are the ones approaching them. What
I will also say, with a roll of 11 to look for any trace of any Doomoid ever, something in here stinks a little bit, but it's not a particular person, place, or thing. It's just something has been Doom here at some point in the recent past. It is the faintest after effect traces, and you can't nail it down.
Doom was at
But it feels more like past intrusion than persistent magics.
Yes.
They might have taken a look-see in here. Kind of like what we're doing. If any of them get a reattention on me, because mine's 3, it's very simple. Angler has utter contempt for what's going on right now, and it's really just you should be paying attention to the person talking rather than me, because I am not wanting to be here.
Okay.
Should we just ask them if they know the fucking Red Hand?
As a storyteller, I'm going to ask, how big of a stove do you want to kick with that statement?
Yeah, we're not really letting Red Hand be general knowledge.
Yeah. I don't want to...
well, I mean, like associates of Red Hand and associates of associates of Red Hand.
I'm saying, as your storyteller, this is one of those sensitive topics that if you bring it up, you don't know what's going to happen.
That's a good point.
So...
Again, in the past, we have not brought up Red Hand unless we knew we could trust the person.
There are at least 100 people in this room.
That too.
All right, what I want to do, which is going to drive the angry man completely nuts, is I'm actually going to petition on his behalf that supplies not be given to the Jade Orchid Prefecture.
On what grounds would the realm have an interest in this matter? Rio says.
Oh, who said the realms had an interest in this matter?
The calm figure kind of has a kind of taken aback smile as the angry figure is still just mentally trying to process this. As Rio is just literally breaks his composure and holds his head in one hand. Then what are you doing here? What is your interest in this matter? And how did you know this to begin with?
As you may or may not know, I am the Minister of Transportation for Her Majesty's Empire.
There is a oh fuck kind of ripple through several people in the crowd of just like, oh, this is not a small thing.
Now then, we are not blind to the ill wishes between the Empire of the Bronze Axe and the Jade Orc Prefecture. And we believe that such ill will come to blows soon. We wish to minimize the damage to trade, commerce, and infrastructure within the lands. And as such, we ask that you turn your trade south and eastwards and not to your north.
The black-haired figure considers this for a moment before nodding. While this is wisdom from the perspective of the realm, I do question why you have such an intense protection of infrastructure that is not actually in the auspices of the realm. I believe Grey Falls is 3-4 days ride south. This is not your territory.
No matter who owns the road, all benefit from its travel and deserve free protection along its pathways.
And I fail to see how protecting our erstwhile ally to the north would do anything to but help the roads in the long run.
Ah, no, that is where you're wrong. You see, they don't mean to swiftly end this fight. They mean to protract it, to drag out this battle.
As a player might offer up a lever to apply here as well. Understandable that provincial folk wouldn't be too acquainted with such affairs, but it is well known in the center that House Sinus is not famous for building roads. Yeah. My dude.
Mm-hmm. My dude, I am here to keep you alive because your trade is good to all, even the Empire.
And as I proposed earlier, that getting involved in this war would endanger us, as the louder man is immediately going back into his thing, by getting us involved in a protracted war and giving a casus belli to the Empire of the Bronze Axe and extending this conflict even further. We have no business interfering with either of them. The realm itself sees we have no business interfering with them, and who are we to argue with such magnanimous, large neighbors making their will known directly on our doorstep?
Large.
The steward leans back in his seat, basically just kind of going, you know, that... I believe... For now, the policy shall be of non-interference and neutrality in any disputes amongst our neighbors, given the enlightened input by our esteemed cousins from the center. This matter is no longer on discussion. The loud man looks kind of bewildered that he has won, while the calm man is just kind of taking it in stride with a shrug.
I thank you, and the center thanks you. Know that your decision here today has done well to ensure good relations between our two independent nations.
We look forward to continued diplomatic contact with the Isles, especially ones that are advanced noticed.
Did you not receive word of my coming?
No,
I'm pretty sure we sent the letter ahead of time.
The steward looks
there,
around.
there are far too many bandits on the roads these days. Something needs to be done about that.
I doubt it was bandits, the steward says as he looks around at the rest of the assembly as they are immediately all looking at each other like, all right, who fucked this? Every single person in this building is immediately going, okay, who fucking ruined? Who thought it was a good idea to mess with the realm's mail?
As they're looking about, Angler's going to quietly step over to Milan and whisper, and be sure to ask them if they have any trade deals with the Empire. They should talk with you afterwards.
Good idea. Now then, if anyone would like to discuss mutual beneficial agreements, I can be found at a local tea shop, and I'll give whatever one I saw.
You give the name of the one you pass by.
Yeah.
It's always a tea shop.
Please send your correspondence there if you wish to discuss prosperity. Now that, as you were...
Well,
and I don't actually leave the room, I just go silent and just look.
Well, gentlemen, as I mentioned, this topic has been adjourned, so you may retire to your seats.
The short and stout man and the trimmed beard, black-haired man both go back to their seats. Both of them give you a look back. The loud man, like, I don't know what I did to deserve this, but thanks, I think. I'm not sure if this is something I should be terrified of or thankful for. While the black-haired man in the back is just like, well, I didn't expect this, but hey. I know when to fold him. Says he just goes back up into it, and Harmonious Stewart goes, alright, next on the agenda, as he flips through another sheet of paper. Tariffs and levies on the weight and measures of tin from Tintin, and as well as the taxes imposed upon it during the processes of the manufactories in town. Representatives from Tintin and the manufacturing processes may now take the floor to make their arguments. This is extremely going to be blasé.
I'm just letting you talk for however long you go.
We will observe the parliament.
Well, here's the thing: is I don't have anything.
I know.
We're still going to spend some time observing the parliament.
You
goes back
like,
to business.
you spend the time there observing this. This is just again. It is actually about as raucous as the debate was about whether or not to support the Jade Harm Stewart, as a bunch of very moneyed people are now arguing over margins and shipments, and I'm already making so little on these shipments, you can't put more extra taxes on these for a processing fee, come on. Versus the manufacturers of like, oh, come on, like, we are already getting so raw a deal on getting this exports out of the mine. You are getting such a value-added ability on the manufacturing. We see nothing compared to the revenue you make.
Someone accidentally lets slip that someone's actually secretly embezzling stuff under the file, and that just sends everyone to an uproar.
No, that's not even an accidentally let slip. There is an accusation of, if your revenues are so terrible, then there must be somebody in your association who is taking off the top, and you should deal with that rather than taking it to the floor. And then almost a fist fight starts before the guards come in and pull them apart.
Milan just has this look of, government.
Oh yeah, the immediate time. As soon as you mentioned the Tintin thing, it's Angler just almost put his head in his hands. Oh no, they had to mention it in front of Milan. Why would you do this to me?
Yeah.
And then he stops for a second and realizes halfway through, wait a minute, and kind of nudges Milan and goes, you could fix this in about 2 seconds.
No. I want to see where they go with this.
Yes, but at the end you could fix this and then make an even
yeah.
better deal out of it.
I'm absolutely going to make sure that the tin is actually getting out there and it's not being held up and being weighed down by useless fees that do nothing but line some rich dude's pocket.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, the argument over how much and which rich dude's pocket gets lined with the tariff money gets louder and louder, and now it is devolving into cursing and invectives and insults to people's families. And the steward is just leaning back in his chair at this point, like there is no point in trying to assert order. I'm just going to let this burn itself out. He actually gives a glance back down to Milan of, I hope you're happy.
a
I make sort
remarkable
of I make
raw int roll on following all of this. As Repose is more interested in the implications about like the metal working that's probably being done. Repose is trying to imagine what actual trades work is involved alongside all of this.
Probably.
As far as the government, why doesn't the tallest one simply devour the others?
For the manufacturing, it sounds like this is all preludes to and involving manufacturing of bronze. So,
Metal.
like, and apparently it is of notably high quality, if any of the people screaming about it can be trusted, which, who knows. But the actual involvement is that, this is an extremely high quality tin mine, so there are people trying to get everything they can out of it. And let me actually check my notes. Where is the closest copper mine? Because that was a plot point at some point in my notes.
Regular court is a lot like spirit court, except nobody just gets the claws out and shreds someone to win an argument.
There was no copper manufacturing in this region, right? The plot point was that they had to get their copper through the guild, and the moment the guild is mentioned, everybody is immediately starting to yell and argue about the guild being fuckers.
Fuck those guys.
Boy. Oh boy, Venice gonna have a field day.
Yeah, like the guild is the guild already has us over a barrel for the copper prices, and now you're trying to ruin our margin on the bronze? Like that kind of thing.
When you came, you said to me as follows: "I will give the Fallen River Province fine quality copper ingots." But then you left. You did not do what you promised.
Across the ages.
Yes.
So yeah, like it is very clear. Like the Harmonious Steward just kind of looks down to Milan of like, welcome to government outside of your blessed isle. Is the look in his eyes. Although, honestly, he doesn't know the deliberative is worse.
Oh, yes.
None of you can throw fireballs, casuals.
Actually, do any of them look like they have a little bit of the blood in them?
If you can, just from a skim, not really. It looks like it's almost entirely mortals, or if there are any dragon blood, they're very not.
I feel like the Doom scan was so large it would have just incidentally picked up if there were other...
Oh, fair. Yeah. Good point.
Is there like a really petty argument that I can turn to Yakuman again and just choose a side and start arguing?
I mean, they're talking about...
The entire argument right now has devolved into petty arguments.
Yeah, every time when you guys look over there, Yakuman just like, no, you motherfuckers, you cannot do this.
Okay,
showing up in Parliament.
The thing about this is that the moment Yakuman shows up and starts debating on the debate floor, no one seems to notice that this is out of the usual. They're just accepting Yakuman's presence in full costume on the debate floor as just like, yeah, this is part of how they appear to either have this sort of thing happen regularly enough, or Yakuman is just as vibing just with this whole chaos.
Can I perform?
Yes, please do.
I want to just start. Okay, have you seen Mob Psycho 100?
Yes.
I want to pull the biggest Reagan Arataka I can and just start like taking control of everything and start saying platitudes that are like actually meaningful in a sort of weird way.
Please do. Get 2 dice stunned for invoking that.
So like performance, I guess, manipulation.
Well, are you trying to like talk circles around them, or are you trying to raw presence your way into their attention?
I want to talk circles around them.
Manipulation.
All right, so that's a
Take 'em for a
9 plus
spin.
3. So 11. Wait, 12? Ooh, willpower.
All right, you are able to basically stop the entire argument over tariffs and value-added tax dead, and just drag it into whatever the hell argument you want.
I start giving a heartfelt speech about the plight of the workers and how we should improve wages for them instead of trying to squeeze tin mines dry, so that way they can produce more tin in a sustainable fashion.
They all look at you like you have the plague.
I am going to give a follow-up to the, like, he's not wrong.
They immediately stop quite looking as hard as them looking like he has the plague because the realm just supported that. Also, what the fuck? The realm is supporting workers' rights? What the? Oh, god damn it.
Oh, God. Are
So
we
they
out of
look
the
back
loop?
and they're like,
No. Trust me. I know it sounds crazy, but we can make this work for everybody. And my friend here has a tax bill that and I'm going to start drawing this out as long as possible to give time Milan to figure out a way to fix this.
Angler quietly says, macroeconomy. The more they produce, the more we get.
I cannot hear you over background music.
Sorry, macroeconomics. The more they produce, the more we get.
Just drop a tax plan on the spot, and we'll pretend like we had this.
Milan, you have a bureauxy excellency. You can probably
Yes.
draft a tax plan on the spot.
Yes, I know how to draft a plan
A tax
With
plan
mi-
that
with
will.
mi- Minimal-
I understand taxes.
with minimal overhead costs because I'm used to running on a shoestring budget.
Yes, you
And
can. You can use that.
Angler is going to support them because he has, via dealings with what he used to be his old job, he understands where most of those pitfalls are that
The
Milan
grip.
might not be very familiar with.
Yeah. All right. So let's call that a 2-die stunt because of the support from Angler.
What is that, intelligence bureaucracy, is that?
Yes. Actually, wits, because you're trying to do it really quickly.
Okay. That is 11, 12, 13,
Oh,
14,
Christ.
15 successes. Hey, what about unions?
So
no.
I want you to
Or
know.
more, hey, we're in the antiquity. Hey, you do have like a proper miner's skills,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
Assuring the quality of the practice of the mining.
So I want you all to know that I don't have a camera on, so you can't see me. When I saw that roll, I leaned all the way back as far as my chair could go and just pushed my hand up my forehead to draw my hair back. Trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing.
Oh, I think we just started a tax revolution in a small
I think.
bureaucracy.
Yep. I think the
And
right
now
thing
the
for us to
full
do right
joke
now.
Of Yakuman doing Yakuza side quests that I was doing has come full circle.
Just accidentally created a socialist democracy in a very long time. They might figure out this is actually a lot more
You
profitable.
haven't
than
made it from
screwing
start,
people.
but you have introduced the idea of wait a minute, hang on.
Hold on. This just ends up being better.
Not only is it better, it also stops.
And
Like,
the peasants are angry.
The part that actually catches their attention as Milan is going through it is wait, we don't have to spend so much exorbitant amounts of money on guards to put down peasant revolts if they just aren't mad? Huh.
The
Why
numbers
would a
don't
peasant?
lie.
Why would a peasant burn down his own home?
They like
Where's the
actually like, are
ratio?
all stopping and like several of the people up in the rafters, like including both Loudman and just the two that had been speaking first, are now laughing, just kind of like in disbelief as just like fuck it, okay. But this is, yeah, you have now introduced basically an economic reform bill to institute workers guilds with economic, like, it's not going to be perfect, but economic protections for workers in a mine, which did not exist until now because, hey, they were the bottom of the republic. They had no real actual representation beyond populism.
Look, if you just empower your workers, they'll take care of themselves.
The Harmonious Steward is now looking at Milan with less contempt and exhaustion and more
Hey, you have concerns about getting too entwined with the guilds. Are they by chance selling you your mining slaves that you're using to toil in the? What if you have freedmen
There's a
of
lot
the
of
city
very
work the
awkward
mines? Ooh.
There's a lot of extremely awkward shuffling in the seats of, you can now do a head count of who's got the money in the slave trade.
I am taking particular notice of those people.
So, yeah, no, there are more than a few people who clearly had a vested interest in maintaining that, and the rest of everybody else is realizing, okay, those assholes are making this money, but the rest of us make more. And we have more votes, and that's how this works.
Yes, you just have a bargaining power.
Alright.
We
So
can
now, like,
change
this is very
society slightly in a way that leaves everyone better off.
Except for the people who don't
Except for
deserve it.
Jeff. But I hate Jeff.
Yeah, well, Jeff hates you too.
Jeff got his money off of the slave trade, and Jeff can lose that money because he's a dick.
Now Jeff should go to jail for crimes against humanity.
That's not. They don't consider slavery
I
a
know.
crime, but yeah.
Oh, like they're gonna make it to jail after Yakuman's done with them.
Yeah, Yakuman,
Oh, don't worry, I'm noting them.
Yakuman has already committed the faces to memory.
Yeah, I was actually writing down like a brief summaries of all of them, and I just kind of look over and see Yakuman staring them all down, and just curl up that paper and just stuff in my pocket. Never mind. I don't have to worry about this.
Roll me, actually, everybody. Specifically, roll me. God, World of Darkness brain is kicking in again. Perception awareness. That's the roll.
Okay.
I am going to use motes on this one. I can only use 2 motes, otherwise my animal will start flaring.
Mhm.
Double check and make sure this is the right one.
Perception awareness, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Perception awareness. Perception. Oh, hey.
Hell yeah.
My God.
My eyes just illuminate.
But unfortunately, you don't get enough to see what you're looking for. All right, that's 4 out of 6. I mean, 6 if Old Man is present watching, but
Old man is not at Parliament.
Old man would never enter a parliament.
Yeah,
Who
that's
knows?
exactly the opposite of what he would want to be at. Like, the exact opposite.
What's old man doing?
he'd enter a Parliament to destroy it. If you meet the Parliament on the road, kill it.
On the other hand, the building has a pretty tall roof.
Yeah, he might be squatting on the top.
Yeah.
Canonically, old man is on top of the roof.
Okay,
He's,
so
He's usually on top of roofs.
He is looking down through the same glass and just
Milan.
going,
Milan, still need to do perception awareness.
I got a 2.
Did you?
Right
Oh,
below.
no, yeah, I missed that.
Yep.
Okay, so
I got a
and
6.
Yang are able to note specifically the dark-haired man who was initially in the debate is watching Yang watch the slave traders and is just giggling to himself, just like realizing what Yakuman must be thinking, and is just having a fucking just deep chuckle to himself of like, oh, this is gonna be fun to watch.
Oh, the slave
sensible
trade's going to
chuckle.
collapse.
I would like to do a read intentions on both him and the loudmouth.
All right, go ahead.
First one will be on dark-haired man. The second will be on the loudmouth.
All right.
That's fine.
Jack shit on either.
Kind of figured. A lot of 2s.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if that feels like it should be something impressive, but it isn't. It is like the hardest you can fail without botching.
I've actually, yeah, that's kind of what just happened.
It's hard to see the faces. There's a lot.
I would
It's
like.
hard to read the loud man's face because it is going through so many different contortions and colors at what is going on.
I would like to instill something, and I'm looking up the rules for instilling.
That is a social role to try to put an intimacy on somebody.
It's just you do a social roll versus
I'm-
the result of
I'm-
whoever.
Oh yeah, I'm just like trying to like wordlessly like signal to the harmonious person like, hey, sorry about that, but this will work out. Don't worry. Like, I got you.
All right, so
I want to instill in him that my intentions were to
Honest.
his benefit, honest, and to his benefit.
no matter what happened, we came in here trying to help.
Yeah.
Give me a charisma.
Probably presence because
Yeah,
I'm doing it
charisma presence.
wordlessly. All right. Only 2.
Actually,
I give shrug. Like, I'm trying my best. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna do a read intentions on the Quiet Man.
All right, go ahead. I should have said the
Don't
guy.
say
ahead
that,
of
Newbie.
time.
Don't say that.
His guy.
Pardon?
Don't mention the Quiet Man, please.
I hear you with my
I
blood.
honestly should have mentioned this ahead of time. His guile is 5.
Yeah. I don't give a
He is
shit.
a politician, after all.
Yeah. I don't give a shit. It's me.
Dang. He's got old man guile.
We could
Yeah,
put
this
old
is
man in
a
Parliament.
loyalty reading meditation with also 2 auto successes on top of this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need it.
All right. What are you looking for specifically?
I'm trying to see how he feels about this whole discussion going on.
Delighted. He is seeing a lot of possibilities to take advantage of chaos in the political system.
Great, good. He's an asshole.
Yeah.
Let's add him. Let's
It's
add him to the
Parliament.
Yacht Man's list.
Yeah, let's add him to the list.
Because they well, never mind. That's a discussion for later. Because
Reminder,
I don't read it.
reminder, Quiet
He is taking delight in the suffering of slave traders.
Yeah.
But also reminder that Quiet Man was the guy who was like, yes, we should go to war.
Yeah, he was.
He's a politician. He automatically gets on to Yakuman's list.
Yeah, like everyone in this room is
Oh
probably.
yeah, no, everyone here
Yeah.
is implicit in something. I'm just trying to find the
Prioritizing.
Not everyone. Some of them are like the union workers in here that are
some of
literally
these people
here.
are bleeding wounds, some
There
of them
are
are
no
festering wounds, and some of them are gangrenous. And we're going to start with the gangrenous and work our way backwards.
There are they're the owners of the means of production on our end here. There is no labor advocate in
This
here.
room is
You
full of
know well enough-
patricians.
The labor advocate is Yang.
Yeah.
I think we're done here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no.
I'm just some fucking dude who wandered in from the street and is like, I think socialism should happen.
And because you're a fucking demigod, you made them listen.
Yang walks in the door and goes, I think dogs should vote.
I mean, I was wearing a fucking Toku costume. If that doesn't turn heads, I don't know what will.
Yep.
And then the literal prince of the earth said, he's not wrong.
Yeah, that was really the crux of it, is the realm spokesperson was like, he has a good point, and everybody was like, fuck, we have to pay attention to this now.
Ah, fuck, the realm was on.
If the tin mine is so
socialism now?
important, what if more of the tin miners had voting rights that you could buy in order to make sure that votes go in favor of the interests of the tin mine?
Yeah, so basically this is now, they are devolving into discussing with each other, and it is clear that it is about time for you to leave.
Yep. As we leave, as we leave the parliament and we get a little bit away, I'm gonna turn to Yang and just hug him.
What? I was just having fun.
I love you, brother.
It just seemed like fun to shout. But yeah, sure. You're great too.
Somehow you was very proud of you.
Parliament.
That was nice.
That's a good way of wrapping up. Man, that fucking ruled.
I have
Next
one
time,
last thing real quick.
There is one
Real quick thing though.
Yeah, angler and also something that I thought of.
As we passed by those guards at the gate that didn't ignore us, I turn to them all, smile, and say, "You don't know what good you did this day. Be proud of your your skills and your ability to stay quiet."
One just nods, the other one doesn't even risk that. And also in the meantime, Yang might want to mention the bad vibe check he had.
Oh, I did that a while ago. I like snuck in. I was like,
Oh,
I
okay,
just-
you
yeah.
mentioned that. Okay.
I don't know if that was actually brought up with our group yet.
He mentioned all the that was
Yeah,
real.
like
Oh,
when,
okay.
when-
It's after
yeah, when I jumped out of the
Oh, yes.
window, I like Yeah, I snuck in and then just kind of like told you.
Yeah,
that
after we're out of
beforehand.
there, yes, propose will corroborate. The place was vaguely haunted. They have been spied upon by some manner of unclean being in the
Wait, it was haunted?
immediate past. The recent past.
Perhaps our ill friend made an overture here.
But to whom?
To Parliament.
To whom?
Which members?
That is a good point.
I'm sure we could find some information if we. And this is actually after we get away from everybody.
Out of town or like into a quiet place, yeah.
Or even just a loud place that would be difficult to overhear.
At the tea shop.
Yeah, the tea shop. It would be, Yang.
Yeah.
If you or your other persona decide to do some cleaning, as it were, it might be interesting to find out what information those that get cleaned have. If they.
Oh
have
yeah, no.
connections.
I'm gonna go killing tonight.
Yes, but as you do,
Nope.
see if you can find anything.
Yeah, don't worry. How do we do Yang killing off screen?
Yeah, that could be something done off screen over the week, I guess.
No, I need to know all the bloody details.
But what about that mask we were working on?
Well, we do need to set
Yeah.
up an appropriate chamber into which to
Fire it.
to loosen the material.
The last thing, just because if Yang's been doing stuff off screen, Angler would make certain that the whole group is noticeable and obviously seen in this tea shop, either talking to members of parliament or just people or whatever, as late into the night as possible, so that we have an alibi in case people ask questions about what's about to happen.
About all the dead people that are about to happen.
Yes, all the dead things that are going to occur.
I'm going to establish that the harmonious speaker actually showed up at that tea house, not expecting us, and had a drink of tea with Milan.
Yeah, the harmonious steward absolutely would have sat down for a quick chat.
Yeah.
Not very long, but just sitting in that's probably going to be an in-character scene next time because that's going to be a little important. But yeah,
Propose will be incidentally asking miscellaneous people if they have seen any ill omens or felt any unhail presences. Just quietly plant in people the idea that something might be haunted. Have you ever asked her whether or not the sound is haunted or cursed, even a little bit?
Yeah, Spookums here.
Just plant.
Haunted and or fade and or demon.
Haunted and hanted.
Yakuman would probably start with mass property destruction to the point where it would probably be unrecoverable, and then kill him.
You know, if like a couple of buildings just suddenly exploded or
Yeah, like
ignited
if
or
like
collapsed
80%
out
of
of nowhere, that'd be a
plantation
pretty bad omen.
just kind of burned down. I'm not sure how you come back from that.
Might be a
Also,
sign
all
that
your
your,
liquid
town
assets
was
got
haunted.
stolen.
Next time.
Next
Crime.
time.
Mass crime.
Of nature?
Ants.
Maybe some ants.
Ants.